Hey everybody, I reformulate. It is Wednesday afternoon. We need to finish the Archer. So let's dive right in. Hey, barely usable. I was cleaning up this commit earlier and I just never finished. I'm not going to focus on balance right now. I think that's going to make it so that this commit takes forever. Yeah, but we will do that shortly. At least a basic pass at it. Not anything too crazy. I think this looks good. Yep. Yep. Nice. Okay. I'm going to check this in. Code wild shot. Is there anything else? And it's mods, I guess. And I technically changed split shots cooldown, but I'm just gonna check that in. I don't really care. Hey Darkstorm, hey Sinistella, hey Pressel. Yeah, make it work, balance later. Okay, next let's figure out this issue. So this seems to be happening just regardless. Like I don't need to do anything special for this to happen, I think. Let's take a look though. It might be only when I add something. I'm not sure. Half, thanks for resubbing. Half, I was trying to figure this out, but I don't think I can figure it out. Were you in my streams first, my stream first, or Windybeard's stream first? The answer is very important. Very, very important. Okay, so I think we just click grant most things and it happens. No, it doesn't happen for that. I think it... What does trigger this? Was it getting items? Maybe? Maybe it was just items that caused it. I click and drag. No, it's not that. Huh. Oh, wait, there. It just happened there. Okay, that seemed to be based on dragging an item. Seemed to be. But I don't know for sure. Let's try that again. Not sure if you can recall. I don't think it has to do with rebaking the nav mesh. I clicked, I right-clicked. Because like the nav mesh would have already been rebaked at this point. Maybe it has to do with items getting deleted? Okay, well there, it just happened a bunch. But it doesn't seem like it's based on something in particular. Unless there's something I'm missing here. And it happens quite a lot when it does happen. Yeah, navigation system 42. All right, well, let's think about this. Target location component. We think that we have an entity that has a component, but it doesn't. Which means that it wasn't removed properly. And this is on component removed. So something's removing a target location component and not telling this? But I don't think that's possible. Oh, or it gets added back in after it was removed. We have this. Entities to add. Where is this done? Yeah. So it gets removed on the same frame that it's added. That must be it. Okay. Well, that's easy enough to do. We just removed that same thing from here. And problem solved. All right. Yeah. So I think it was a change that I had made. Let's see if this happens still. I don't know exactly what's causing it. So, I mean, but all we did was grant items and then just wait. So if it doesn't happen, then I'm guessing we can say that we fixed this. So let's see. You'll see everything freeze if it's broken still. And if so, I understand what's happening. Something's adding and removing a target location component in the same frame. You know what it probably is? It probably has to do with a worker. Yeah, I think we fixed it. So here's how we can test it though. We can say if entities to add a target location dot contains that node, then just gd.print bug would have happened. And then we'll put a breakpoint here. And then, oh, we need to restart this. Yeah, I'm guessing we'll hit this probably based on the worker doing something maybe. In fact, we should be able to tell what's doing it. I'm guessing it's the worker not being able to find space for the item that they got. Maybe breaking them before the change. I think as long as it breaks in there, we should see what's trying to remove the component. because it should be in the call stack. And it is base wander. Yeah, I think this is the worker. Let's see. Is this the worker? State machine. Well, we should know what entity this is, right? Where is state machine? State machine is inside the scene tree. Okay, so then we can just say get parent. Character body, yeah. Get parent. Node 2D, ecs.debug print info. ECS doesn't exist in the current context. Oh, is it capitalized? No, it's not capitalized. What? ECS doesn't exist. All right, well then fine. Let's get it of the node that's here. This is a worker. Yeah, okay. I think I know the problem. So we are, yeah, we're leaving a state that we just entered because we don't have a place to put the item. Yeah, that must be what's going on. Okay. All right. So I am satisfied that we have fixed the bug then. It all makes sense. It was the worker setting an item down, getting a target location, and getting out of that state. Yep. Okay, let's check that in. Fixed bug in navigation system. There was when adding an entity with a target location component, we would defer the addition. So if we removed the target location component on the same frame, then the navigation system would start tracking an entity that no longer has a target location component. Yeah. Mostly a passive viewer. I see. New art dropped. Wait, that implies that Quickie Joe is present? Oh, let's see. Okay, hold on. Let me type a message really fast. I'll take a look in a second. Did you see the messages about speed? Do you mind if I some art questions for you? Okay, sorry. Let me take a look at this. Ooh. This is super cool. Give me a sec. I can show you in just a sec. I gotta load this up. Skeleseller.zip. Take a look at this. Oh wait. Oh, never mind. Take a look at this. Where'd it go? There. Coming soon. Attached to Skeleseller, so that the landing page should look like this. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh, hey, Quickie Joe. Yeah, if you don't mind catching up, it's very quick. Or it should be very quick. Yeah, maybe like 2 minutes or something. And the decision's pretty important. Will do. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, this looks good. I'm gonna write a note to use this, but I'm not gonna do this right now. I think it's a little hard to do the web dev stuff right now, but we'll put this here. Update sscom. No, that'll work. Yeah, with the art that Quickie Joe sent. That'll look very nice. Very KWIK, yep. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. So we fixed that bug. Let me mark that off the list and let me get my bearings again here. Yeah, so we'll code the archer, the rest of this stuff. Checking what I've done. We're done with that. We're done with that. Done with that. Okay. Hey, Rick, what's that? Also, hey again, Funky Monkey. And Sharky, if I didn't actually say hi. So Bug, if you click win battle while a wild shot arrows in the air and it misses, an error prints to the console. Should be easy to repro. Yeah, I don't know why this is happening though, but we just go into wild shot, set the miss chance to 100%, 1F, and then put a breakpoint. Here? I think it's there. Let's try that out. Okay, now we just create a battle. Yeah, it does try to reference a removed battler. I'm just not sure what we should do to fix it just yet. I think it's this that's causing a failure. We try to get the level of, I don't know, let's just let it break and then we'll just figure out where it broke. So now we click win. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. All right, well, whatever, it happened anyway. All right, so create floating text on line 24, no, on line 95. So right here. So it's trying to access source presumably and not working. Oh, you know what we should do? We should make split shot take like 1,000,000 seconds so that it never shoots, and then put a breakpoint here and then restart. Hopefully I added the right person here. Okay, yeah. All right, cool. Thank you, Quickie Joe. I will need to follow up on this stuff afterward. I don't know if Ski is here. You are now part of the game team group. Yeah, we can chat later. Yeah. Yeah, I guess the reason I brought this up was at least if you want to ask about the art assets now, you could. You probably want to, greet everybody. But then, if any business needs to be done, feel free. And I'll follow up on that stuff later. Okay. So we create instance and we click win battle before the projectile can reach. Perfect. And now source doesn't exist or is broken or is not valid or something like that, right? If I do source.name or source.getParent. What? Maybe I didn't click it in time. Let's just change the speed of the arrow. I get to work. I'm sorry. We're a group with a lot of tact. All right, so now the arrow should go really slowly. Yes, look at that, which will allow me enough time to click the button. Boop. And it hits the enemy, and now this should be broken. What is it complaining about? Oh man, I should have saved the error. I guess let's go in here. It was something in floating text. Maybe it said it couldn't get the position. Oh, it's trying to add it to the parent, maybe? Is that what fails? No, that doesn't fail. Floating text dot label. Tempted to call a unmanaged callers only method from managed code. Excuse me? Where's the error message that we got originally? It just crashed. It's probably this. Fine, I'll get the proper error message. Yeah, the adventurer doesn't exist, so we shouldn't be able to add them. Let me try that one more time. I want to make sure. Gotta wait for the arrow to hit. The slowest thing. Okay, we're copy pasting it this time. No way to lose it if we've copy pasted it. There, done. So now, what does this say? Where'd the object reference not set to an instance of an object? And we somehow lost. What? We lost part of the stack trace. Oh my god, I can never figure out how you're supposed to copy this and not have stuff just get broken. So I'll just copy the whole thing. Okay. So yeah, line 95. And over here, it's line 24. Line 24 is this one. So the floating text scene.instantiate and parent.add child. I'm guessing this is the problem. We don't actually add it because the parent can't. The parent doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, it must be that. Okay. All right, so this is because we try to add text to a parent that doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, which is interesting because that means that anything that that fireball does will also have this problem, right? On projectile hit, we have apply burn, create text on the target. Okay, that won't be a problem because the target's going to exist. We can't guarantee that the source will exist though. But if the source doesn't exist, then we can just not do this code. You think you did this initially? I guess when it comes to checking if the source exists, it gets, what happens exactly? Battle system end on battle ended. Battle ended. Something tells it to remove the adventurers. I don't remember what though. Must be something in here. Yeah, take adventurers out of battle. What does this do? Set is in battle of false. Remove. It removes them, but it doesn't free them. Leads me to believe might actually be a problem here. Oh, dispose frees everything. Removed battlers. Do we do? Yes, we do that. Okay. Whew. Okay, so everything's getting freed. Eventually, but that's only when we dispose of the battle. So in this case, we just need to know that. Wait. Could there be another problem here? What happens if we repeat the battle and then win it and then start a new one? That projectile should just be deleted, right? Yeah, such that the arrow never hits the target. I'm going to assume that's the case. Because projectiles are added to battles. I don't think you're removing summons after a battle. I'm not sure this matters in this context, but it was something I noticed. Yes, that is true. I'm not. And eventually, we even want to hold off on removing the adventurers for a little bit, I think. How about removing projectiles on battle 1? Oh, that's what you were saying you did initially. Yeah, that could also work. I guess especially because the projectiles aren't going to do anything. In fact, okay, I have a different idea here slightly. We could say if it's dead, return, or if the battle is over, then return. That way you still see the projectile. I think it'd be weird to just delete them. But I don't think they should do anything. Yeah, I think I like that idea. Which means on reach target needs to have a battle system. Oh, here we have a battle system. Oh, we save it right there. Oh, cool. This will be dead simple then. So if it's dead or if the battle system is ended, has ended. There we go. Yeah, so note the reason why we check if a battle has ended is because the source of the projectile may no longer exist, at which point trying to show floating text, at which point trying to use the source, e.g. to show floating text above it, would cause an error. However, if we just outright deleted all projectiles at the end of battle, that may look a bit jarring. So yeah, we just make these not do anything. Write a poof animation. I think it's okay if they still track the target. Yeah, although maybe we run into another problem with that in the future, but let's try this out. This should have at least fixed the bug. And we have to remove projectiles in between fights, right? I don't know if we do that. So create instance and then click win. And now wait for that to hit. Done. And yeah, no error. Okay, what happens when it comes to projectiles here? Do we remove all projectiles in between battles? Do we set up a new thing? I don't remember how this works. Projectiles. Okay, first let's find out where projectiles live. I'm guessing inside of instance. Yes. And do we reuse a battle system or do we make a new one? I do not remember that either. Has ended. Has ended equals false for go to next stage. Why is this done here? This is... I don't know why that's done. But no, we don't make a new one. Yeah, we don't make a new one. So it's only at the very end of the battle and nothing. Do we ever free this? We delete. I don't remember how this works. I'm trying to figure out what gets removed here. Do we make a new instance every time? Instance container add slot. Instance equals instantiate. So every single time you make a battle, you make a new instance. Okay, so that should mean that the projectiles are getting cleaned up at the end of a battle. I guess let's try some things. So if I repeat the battle and I win it, and then I repeat the battle again before the last projectile hits, yeah, there are no errors here. Hopefully there are no orphan nodes as a result of that either. The projectiles are added to this. Do we free? We must free something somewhere. If we're not, I feel like that represents a problem. Instance slot.clear. Queue free. Yeah, why did it not search for? Oh, it's in slot. Okay. Yeah, that should do it. Okay. Hey, Spurman. All right, I am satisfied that this bug is fixed. So we can undo these changes I made. Yeah, this, get rid of. This, get rid of. Get rid of this. And just check in that one file. What is that file? Projectile.cs. Okay, so fix bug with wild shot. This was technically a bug with any projectile, even future ones, that try to do something involving the source. Oh, wait a sec. Oh, darn it. There's still a bug. Yeah, the bug is that your character could die. Your character dies, then we still don't want to... Well, I guess we could still type the text missed above it, but we wouldn't use rapid shot. That would give you a buff if you're dead. Yeah, so if the source is dead, return. Or maybe, how about if it's not dead, do this stuff. Yeah. Check it really quick with 1,000,000 damage on basic attack. Yeah, I could do that. Okay, let's set the miss chance back to max. Wait, how will this work? We need the archer to die, but not the whole battle to end. Oh god, we got to change a bunch of stuff for that then. We got to set the speed of this back to next to nothing. We got to give bats, not bats, because we can't. Wait, no, we could just make it so that we could take 2 people into the instance, right? Max time adventure is 2. Yeah. And then we need to make bats very powerful. Enemy data. Power is the first number, so we set that to 1,000. That's enough to kill the archer, but now let's make it so it's not enough to kill any other character. Yeah. How about let's just make the warrior have, I don't know, 200,000 HP. And then let's go back to split shot taking forever. Okay, let's try that out. So slow arrows, bats will immediately kill the archer, and the battle won't actually end yet. And presumably this would have caused a problem, but I think I just stopped the problem from happening. So unlock all adventurers and start a battle with the warrior and the archer. And now an arrow should come out of the archer. Good, then they're killed. And then it hits over here. Boop. And then I don't even think it did damage. Oh no, it didn't. It missed. Yeah, but nothing was problematic about that. I guess what we could do is we could have put a breakpoint here. There's not really a point. It didn't just cause an error, so I guess everything's fine. Yeah. Pierce armor with a source. Yeah, so we just got to be careful about that. Honestly, it's not the end of the world if a dead character gets a haste buff. Not even sure what happens in that case. Do dead characters get updated? I don't know. Process. Oh, it happens in the effect system. And I don't think the effect system cares if you're alive. No, it doesn't. So yeah, so you would get a haste buff while dead and it would just wear off. Oh, no, that's not true. When you're dead, it doesn't update them. Oh, you get a haste buff and it would just be there when you're alive again, I guess. Yeah. We don't have that bug because I made sure this doesn't have it. But in the future, there's nothing stopping us from buffing you even while you're dead. Actually, I've never seen a game do this, but it would be kind of interesting. Let's say you had something like Revive Arrow, which makes no sense, and it's a projectile that moves at 1 pixel per second. When it hits the target, if you were dead, revive yourself. Like I said, this makes no sense because it's an attack. But it would be kind of funny. You shoot one of these at the very beginning of the fight, and if you die before the arrow hits the target, you revive yourself. Didn't realize how much I missed it. Well, it's good that you realized that, because now you have the rest of your life to play guitar. A revive landmine. Hey, banana. I think the idea of a revive spell that has a travel time is kind of interesting. Like, imagine, who was that? It's Kit. I don't know why it doesn't show the message in chat. Hey, Kit, thanks for the raid. And hey, everybody. We were just talking about a really, really unique scenario that I'm not sure I've ever seen in the game, which is a projectile that revives somebody, but it moves so slowly and it actually targets yourself. So imagine it traveling in like a circle. Anyway, I hope the stream was good. And I will tell you all what I'm working on here, which is Skeleseller. We are trying to finish adding the Archer to the game. And I've coded this, but I'm not happy with the balance. And also I haven't like finished this completely. So I'll restart this and I'll show you this. But yeah, hope you had a fun time today. This is a very, very different stream from scam baiting. And that's what I assume Kit was doing, although maybe he was coding something. This is Skeleseller. When you start out, you just have the option to build a guild. This is maybe 4 months in development, so we still have to work on a lot of the UI and everything. But you build the guild, you get a guild master here, they let you hire your first adventurer. This is a very casual, laid-back game, so you are not directly controlling a lot of the game. So now that we have an adventurer, we can start our first battle, and the battles are automated. So, oh, I made bats do 1,000 damage. I gotta undo that. Anyway, if you were to win this fight, which is currently impossible, then you'd get a couple of items pop out of your portal over here. And then you can build shops where you can sell those items and your worker will just automatically move over there and dump the item in the shop. And then customers will pour out of this portal and they can go buy the items. And with the money you get, currently I have 0 gold, but I could level up my adventurers. I can get different skill points for the adventurers eventually. I could hire new ones. I could build new shops in my town. So this is the game we're making. Can you make a new character? Can you just make it be overpowered and have it be DLC? Yeah, the Super Smash Bros. Way. Stream ended a 4-day raid train. Yeah, I saw you message that. Yeah. Raid us when you're done. I try to raid at the end of my afternoon streams. I just don't typically raid in the morning streams. So I usually come back in about an hour. But yeah, welcome in everybody. If you're interested in playing this, September 27th, so 16 days from now, is when I'm going to be releasing version 0.3. So technically you could play today. I just don't advise doing that at all. But there is an itch page that's up and it has version 0.2, which just, there are a lot of things I've fixed since then. The whole point of releasing versions like this is to get feedback from people and see what people have to say and then make changes. So one of the big things, I know this sounds kind of silly because you sort of take it for granted in games, but like you can now resize the game window and it's not going to totally mess everything up. And before, it used to totally mess everything up, or you couldn't resize it, or there'd be black bars or something. I don't remember what the exact problem was. But yeah, now we have a way of, if you have multiple instances running at the same time, you can just pan between them. I just had a very interesting session this morning with a UX designer, UI and UX designer named Funky Monkey. And this video is now in my past broadcasts and also on YouTube. But he was teaching me a little bit about UI and UX. I am very bad at it. And I have learned the concepts of it before, but I just never really have them at top of mind and learn to apply them. So that session, he mentioned a bunch of things that I have to think about now. For example, there is quite a lot going on in the game. I mean, that I'm aware of. But as a new player, I think it can be a little overwhelming. And so what if you could like minimize these battle windows or something? Or actually something people have asked about is like, when I'm done with a battle, maybe I want to repeat it, but maybe I just want to close it and not use this space anymore. So there are things like that that I've got to make changes and just haven't done it. Anyway, the stream is going to be almost entirely programming today. Every once in a while, we work on music. I've been trying to make the town theme for the game, and I want to have that done in the next 16 days. And I was working on it a little yesterday. So it's coming along well. It's just, all this stuff takes time. Definitely want to test the game. Fortunately, stream time is super late for me, so I'll have to rewatch later. Yeah, I start about maybe 4 or 5 hours ago, like 4-ish hours ago for my morning stream. But either way, yeah, if you want to just bookmark this or something for now and on the 27th come back and try out the game, that'd be great. I actually literally just yesterday bought Skeleseller.com. We have nothing on this site yet. We started setting up the Steam page. So things are coming along. I'm really, really excited. Yeah. And I don't recommend watching me over Kiboga. Saw that keyboard on AliExpress. What brand is it? Really into split keyboards. This is a Korn keyboard, and I see Tolu's linked it in. I built this one myself, but you can find services that'll build this for you. And I really like it a lot. Again, people ask me about this all the time. The general concept of this keyboard is that there's so few keys that you don't have to move your hand a lot, which if you have wrist strain or pain or anything, then it should help with that. And as a result of having fewer keys, it means that your keys need to do double duty. So we've got some letters here, and then we've got numbers on those same keys. And then we've got arrow keys on those same keys, and we've got symbols on, so you've got layers for doing things. And that video that was linked in talks a lot about that if you're curious. Check this out. Check the, yeah, totally fine. All right, so I'm going to get back to what I was doing, which is I just fixed a bug. And that whole thing I mentioned when you came in about like a circular revive projectile thing was just, we have arrows that we added in the game because the Archer now exists. And an arrow used to hit a target, and then the Archer has an ability that will give them haste when they hit a target. But the Archer might have been dead. And if the Archer was dead, then it would try granting haste to a corpse. So we had to fix that. That's the short story of it. I am using Godot, yeah. C# and Godot. Know nothing about coding or making games. I'm here for it. Yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. I try to educate as I write this stuff. Godot can be C#. It also uses something called GDScript, which is a Python-esque scripting language. They're trying to get away from the Python-esque comparisons that they draw. So yeah, in order to test this, we changed a lot of properties of projectiles and stuff. So here, instead of the cooldown being, once every 1.6 seconds, we changed it to once every 100,000 seconds so that it wouldn't ever happen. So we got to revert all these things. So there's that. The miss chance was set to 100%. What else do we have here? Yeah, the projectile speed was cut by 90%. This is actually part of the change I need to include. This was another bit of this. I set the warrior's life to 200,000 so they wouldn't die, but that the Archer would die when killed by the bat. Raise the maximum number of adventurers. And I think that's it. I think we're good now, right? No, there's still, nope, that was it. Yeah. Okay. So our changes overall are, we now check if the Archer is alive, and we check to see if the battle has ended. So fix bug with wild shot. This is technically a bug with any projectile, even future ones, to try to do something involving the source after the battle has ended. In wild shot's case in particular, this could also happen when the Archer dies because it tried granting a buff to the Archer. Yeah. Cool. Is Godot a good engine for first-time game dev? Yeah, I definitely think so. It is just a single download. There's no like tons of extra stuff you need to set up. You can just get started with GDScript. And generally, when you open up the game engine, you'll be looking at something like this, where you get to pick what you want your first scene to be. You could really just click like 2D scene, drag in any graphic onto your scene. This is a whole sprite sheet, so you wouldn't do this. And then right click it, go to attach script and write something like position.x plus equal 1. And there you go. There's your first, quote unquote game, and it would just start slowly moving this across the screen like that. It's got hot reloading for DDScript. Anyway, I like it a lot. I think it's great. I think Unity really shot themselves in the foot whenever that thing was a year ago or something. And then they ousted the CEO. So it sent a lot of people over to Godot. It also has a patch in the queue that allows to drive it from basically any language. Oh, interesting. Did not know about that. Hey, Chris. Am I late to the thing I was supposed to catch, but I forgot what it was? Yes, that was this morning. But it is on YouTube if you want to check it out. It's also on Twitch. It's the last broadcast that I did. I think it was really, really helpful. He made a presentation. The presentation is shared through the YouTube video. So if you go to Adam Learns, you'll find it there. Let me just link it for you. I'm not going to find the timestamp, but it's inside that video. Lots of decent tutorials. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. And even their official one's pretty good. Although I think every game engine's official tutorial has been pretty good from what I've seen. If it weren't, it wouldn't be a very popular engine because that's where most people are going to go to try to learn it. Made a little 2D game in native Java using JFrame. Fun, but also painful. Yeah, if you're using a game engine, you'll be surprised at the sort of ease of coding. And it helps explain why there are so many games on the market now. Because it's just the barrier to entry has gotten so much lower than even 10 years ago. What's the best first game to make for an absolute beginner who has zero knowledge in game development but pretty experienced in making CRUD APIs? I think all the beginner games that you'd think of naturally, like Pong and Tetris and Snake and Breakout and I don't know, anything along those lines. Pretty much think of any game from like Atari or NES era. That's probably a good place to start. Not like Zelda, of course, but yeah, it'll get you comfortable with the principles of the engine, working on input, rendering, a whole bunch of different things. And then from there, really, you just keep building on what you've done, just keep increasing the scope slightly. So, okay, you made Tetris, now go make, I don't know, what's slightly bigger than Tetris. maybe like add a leaderboard to Tetris or something. Yeah, Roller Coaster Tycoon was made largely in assembly. I think like 98 or 99%, maybe all of it. I think it's practically all of it, I should say, at least. Yeah, Tetris 2. Go from Tetris to Breakout. Yeah, there was a breakdown of these games that you should make if you were trying to do this. They sort of categorize them in terms of difficulty, and I'm just making something up here, but it looks something like this, right? Maybe start with Snake and go to Tetris and go to Breakout from there. But if you think about it, it's like, what are you adding with each of these? All games that you would want to make probably have some form of input, or else they're really just a movie, right? So it's like, okay, the input is just arrow keys, and a rotate button, and then, yeah, just arrow keys. The rendering is not so crazy for any of these. They're all just pretty much blocky graphics or very basic sprites. The logic gets a little more complex for all of these. Tetris is just rotating pieces, dropping them, and clearing lines, really. And Breakout has more, quote unquote physics. You don't have to code it as though it's physics, though. Yeah, Lumines or something like that. I like that game. All right, so if you click win battle, so this is done. We fixed this. Now Wild Shot needs some sort of cap on haste. We fixed that too. This next thing was make Wild Shot purple. I really literally just wanted to go in and make the graphic purple. I just want there to be some difference in which things you're using, and then eventually you'll learn like, oh, the purple ones are the ones that are have a chance to miss. So battle, arrow, open with GIMP. Actually, we could even just tint it directly in the game. I was thinking of just coloring this manually, but I wonder what happens if we do color it purple. In fact, let's pull it up in the editor and try that. So arrow, put you there, zoom way in, and then change the modulate to be some color. Yeah, I think that's good enough. I don't think we need a special graphic. In fact, I'll even copy paste this color because I think that's good. Okay, so now Wild Shot, we get the projectile from here, and we just say projectile dot modulate equals new color, or color dot from, what is it, HTML? All right, there, let's try that out. I think chess would be hard for a game dev to do the AI for if you're beginning, but the actual game itself, if you're moving the pieces manually, shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, I think making the AI would probably be tough for a beginner. Okay, so we're just going to create an instance and we're just going to see, do those arrows look a different color? Yeah, they do. So yeah, now we have two different kinds of arrows. I know they move fast. I know you probably really won't be able to tell super closely, but hey, there's something. All right, so color wild shots arrows purple. This just helps differentiate or distinguish them between the split shot arrows. So one of the philosophies of this game, I wanted it to be laid back. I wanted it to be pretty easy to understand. And there's a lot of work to do for that. But in the game design itself, each character only has 3 abilities. And typically it's 1 passive and 2 active abilities. Regardless, though, only 4 buttons exist for how you can customize a character. So in the future, maybe we flesh this out a little bit, but in general, this is what I want to stick to. So if we just go to all the other characters here, it's like mage, same general setup. You got a passive, 2 active abilities, cleric, warrior. We now are up to 7 character classes, and the only violation of this stuff is the paladin, who has a 2nd passive ability, and the witch doctor, which is a summoner, which technically doesn't do anything other than summon, but then their summons do stuff. So I put the witch doctor into a battle. You'll see what I'm talking about here. So they summon, they summon zombies, and then the zombies attack the enemies. And the witch doctor just stands there. A little particle trail would distinguish it more. Yeah, I just wanted something very basic for right now. I think we can still do more to distinguish it in the future. Or could even, they could have different like flight paths. I think that would be the best. Yeah. Yeah, I think an arcing path would be a good idea. And I don't think I have that written down anywhere. I think I should write it down. Consider making arrows arc to hit their targets. It would look a little bit better. Maybe change the flight paths of wild shot and split shot to differentiate them more. Little adventure with some AFK auto battling. Yeah, I'd say a lot of what you're doing is very like idle gameplay. So let's say we had a bunch of items in town. You just fought a battle and you got like 50 items. Your workers will just go and put them into your storeroom for you. You could manually drag them over there if you want to. And you could even drag them directly into shops. And then once you have some shops, so I'll build one of each type of shop here and zoom out a little bit. So now your characters can go put the items into the shops and then they'll just get sold automatically. Because customers will eventually walk over and buy them. So one of the things that people have said, I think there's a decent amount of expectation setting that we have to do. People have said, oh, I want more to do in the game every time we've released a new version. And I think part of it is there's no like trailer or marketing materials you're subjected to first. It's just, hey, you watch the streamer play the game and now it's available, so you try it out. And at that point you might be like, oh, I was expecting to play the game, not to have the game play itself. But I think the game can also do a pretty good job of like, you hire the guild master and they say like, hey, you can get an adventurer and they'll do all the work for you or something. It's this, but without the auto battler. Moonlighter also kind of made a mini game of selling stuff, which I like. You chose the prices of the items. I'm not a big fan of that. Moonlighter did very well, by the way, and I played it, and I had fun. I just felt like something was lacking the entire time I was playing. I don't know what it was. That's also been a very long time since I played it. Yeah, I think that's generally how people will approach this game, is not fully paying attention to everything, but kind of checking in every once in a while. I think idle games usually kind of like go full throttle on the idle part of it, and they usually take things to be like, keep the game open for like 16 hours and then do 1 to 2 things, and then another 16 hours and then another 1 to 2 things. This is too extreme in my opinion. I don't want it to be this ratio at all. I want, generally, like I said, there's some kind of philosophies about the game, which is active players should be rewarded. So you should have faster progress doing that. Passive players shouldn't need to play for days. The whole game should maybe be, I don't know, like 10 hours or something. And that doesn't mean start of the game, come back 10 hours later, you've got enough money to beat the game. It just means if you were playing it, it's maybe like 10 hours. Like I said, I think idle games take that 10 hours of gameplay and spread it over like 3 months. And I just find it kind of scummy because it's usually tied into monetization of like, well, we could increase the speed of this, but it'll cost you money. So balance the Archer, probably need some baseline percent chance. Yeah, that I definitely want to do. Also, we never even coded the tooltips. So let's go start with the tooltips, I guess. Actually, no, you know what? Let's start with this. So here's how this works to begin with. We have 2 abilities that are active for the Archer. We have Wild Shot and we have Split Shot. And neither one gives you any percent chance for anything to happen until you put a point into the abilities. And I think that's a problem. So I think we need some like base percentage of these things happening. And I don't know what they should be. Maybe, I mean, this is 15% per level, so up to 75%. So we could start you with 10% haste. And that way it doesn't feel so bad. Alternatively, we could start you with like 20% haste and then shrink the remaining amount so you get 11% per level. I'm not sure. Clicking new game costs $5. Too much waiting and lose interest. Well, the idle genre is pretty popular, and I'm guessing it makes a decent amount of money. So some people just really like that. Yeah. Okay, so rapid shot, haste, base percent. I don't know what numbers we should make this, and let's not worry about it too much. Maybe let's start it at 15% and take 3% per level away. So now what we need to do is go change this. This is done here. So this plus the other stuff. And then we need to change it so that when you have no rapid shot level, that we don't penalize you. So this can't happen. No, not that. This can't happen. If you're level 0, it shouldn't make a difference. In fact, this level is never even used here. Yeah. There, done. Problem solved. Okay, now let's print out the percent haste that you have. So haste amount, total haste is stat computations dot get haste to the affected entity. And then just put some P0s here. There is no get haste. What do I call this? Haste multiplier. Idle games live off whales. Maybe that's accurate because I think most idle games are probably mobile games, and most mobile games have microtransactions, and most microtransaction based games are overwhelmingly funded by whales. But there are some computer idle games. But I guess, yeah, I guess it's mostly the microtransactions thing that causes that to happen. And I don't remember what it was. There was some idle game a while ago that was going to release a second version that wasn't going to have microtransactions. Maybe it was Cookie Clicker. I don't remember. Anyway, the reason my stronger opinion about this is that I think typical idle games are actually scummy. And I think they're scummy because of the infinite progressions combined with the microtransactions, combined with the like numbers go up mentality. And the reason why it's kind of scummy is if you have a game that's infinite and you're spending money to speed up the progression, then you're never actually getting closer to the end because there is no end. And I think there are a lot of games that are set up like that. Oh, maybe it was Clicker Heroes. Yeah, that might have been it. I think Cookie Clicker was free, and I think Clicker Heroes had like 1 and 2, and 2 was the one that you didn't have to pay for microtransactions or something. I'm not sure. Okay, so this will print out the haste amount, and now you get some base amount. So you get, what did I say, 15%? Yeah, 15%. So let's make sure that's working. Now you also get haste by just hitting the target. So let's just see here. Yeah, so haste amount 15%, total haste 117%. If this were to hit twice in a short enough amount of time, this number would go up a little bit. Actually, would it? Maybe it wouldn't. No, plus a level. No, it wouldn't. Okay, so yeah, you'd only get 15%, which means the tooltip is going to be really, really hard to word. Yeah, I don't know. Where do we even have that? Rapid shot. Okay, so what does this do? Where's the design document? Here it is. So this. Okay, so what is this thing called? Wild shot. Wild shot name. Yeah. So when wild shot misses, you gain, this needs to say haste, but we don't use the word haste, right? What do we say? You attack X% faster. No, let's look at the other one. What does this say? Making them act some amount faster for some amount of time. Okay, yeah. So you attack level times per level. There's also a base in there. So float, base, haste. All right. So the total haste is going to be base plus level times haste per level. Wild shot rapid per level. Cool. So you attack total haste % faster. And then it says plus haste per level. For base duration plus level. I don't even think there's a base duration here. It's just one duration, right? Yeah, just one duration. Wild shot duration. We can just call this duration, I guess. Get rid of the duration per level. All right, delete this stuff. So for duration seconds, yeah, :0. Don't we do that for damage? Yes, cool. All right, there's no plus per level. Okay, now the hard part is this. The haste bonus is subject to diminishing returns. How do we say that? Hi, your keyboard's cool. Thought that no one uses it in real life. Seems like from 2 minutes watching, you seem like a smart person. Well, thanks. Yeah. The keyboard is cool. I like using it quite a lot. And my only regret is that I didn't solder the LEDs well enough. So they only work on the left side. But they look really cool there. Yeah. All right, so when wild shot misses, you attack some amount faster for some amount of time. This bonus attack speed. I could just write is subject to diminishing returns. It's not clear how it's subject to it, and it's not even clear how I did it. It's that the more times it stacks, you start getting only 20% of each effect up to a total of 2 times. We could write that out. Yeah, we could write that out. Although we should make constants out of all that if we do. And I don't even think this is clear. This effect can stack, but it is subject to diminishing returns. I think it's clear to write it out that way. Okay. All right, let's take a look at that. Let's see how that looks in the game. And make sure that we got all the numbers correct. Because the word crush should not appear in this file. All right, so this one. When wild shot misses, you attack 15% faster, plus 12% per level, for 7 seconds. This effect can stack, but it is subject to diminishing returns. Yeah. Maybe I should say, but each new effect will be, I think it's fine. Diminishing returns, whatever. All right, now let's grant some skill points and try putting points into this. Yep. So it goes up to 75% just like it used to, but it starts at 15%, which means that with 0 points in this, it can still do something. Each application has reduced value. See, the thing I don't want it to make it sound like is that 2 applications is actually weaker than 1 application. Yeah, each additional application. I think I'm going to leave this as is for now, but I do think it can be improved slightly. Okay, now the next one is Pierce Armor. Pierce Armor. Okay, so this is, let's copy this. Actually, let's just copy the whole thing. Okay, so when this hits, is that what Crush Disorient said? When it hits, the affected target has a chance to miss attacks. Yeah. So when it hits, the target will take some percentage increased damage. This one does not have a baseline. I don't care about that. Just rename this to per level. And your level is there, and there's no base amount, and the duration is what? 5 seconds? This is kind of a little bit lazily done, but whatever. All right, so when it hits, the target will take level times per level percent more damage plus per level for duration seconds. And this effect can stack, but it just stacks normally. So I don't think we need to write anything about that. All right, let's go try that out now and see what that looks like. And I think that was the last tooltip we needed to do. All right, so when Wild Shot hits, the target will take 0% more damage plus 5% per level for 5 seconds. So we put points into it, and it looks good. Yeah. Working alone in this game? No. In fact, we just had someone join the team yesterday after months of working on the project. So I'm working with 3 other people. Okay, I am happy about this. I think this is looking good. But there's one bit I wasn't happy about, which is this. I think this needs a base chance per level. Or sorry, a base chance just in general. So percent chance to split. Oh, it does have a base chance. Oh. Shoot an enemy for 5 damage, then has a 10% chance to split. Wait a second, what? Really? Is that always the case? Can we put you into a difficult battle? No, we can't, because you'll die. Time to give you way too much life. In fact, you know what I should probably do is make a cheat that's like God mode. Your battlers can't die. Yeah, I think we should do that. Make a debug function that grants invincibility to your battlers. You should probably be able to turn this off. Yeah. You could code with an audience. I think a lot of it is just getting used to it. I started doing this back in 2015, and I was more self-conscious then. Now, I don't care as much, combined with I'm probably just more competent as a programmer anyway, combined with that I don't typically stream to so many viewers that there are people coming in like, well, this guy sucks at coding or something. So it's just not bad. Hey, Pink Panther. Welcome back. Yeah, I was creating Botland back then. By the way, Botland is getting open sourced. Every Saturday, Altman is working on open sourcing it. Yeah. Okay, so we gave like 1 billion life, and now I wanted to see what exactly. Oh yeah, the 10% split chance. Yeah. Okay, so all I want to see is our arrows bouncing off of these targets at some point. There's only a 10% chance, and it's only the non-purple ones that can do it. So it's going to take a decent amount of arrows until we potentially see it. So far, no. I might have just not coded it correctly, in which case we'll just be watching this for the next 3 hours and it'll never happen. I think it might. Oh, no, there. It's split. Okay. So that's working. 10% is just not a lot. Yeah. Why not do 100 bounces and change the chance after? Oh, just change the percentage that this was set to? Yeah, yeah. I definitely could have done that. But yeah, we confirmed that this worked. And I guess the other way we can confirm is just by looking at the code here. Yeah, chance to split, we had the base in here. Okay, I think that's all I wanted to do. How about this? Let's check this in because I did make some valid changes I want to keep. But then let's take a look at DPS numbers against some of the low-level battlers. Yeah, I know people are now embracing the cold. Oh, I was super happy yesterday. I got a ton of stuff done yesterday, so I was happy about just that. But also at one point I walked to the library and I thought, oh, I'll do some work there. That way I'm a little bit more motivated. And it was just like perfect weather. I got to the library. There was some mom who came in with her 2 kids. She kept saying to her kids, like, "You're talking too loudly." And I went like this and activated noise canceling, activated mom canceling headphones. I could no longer hear them. It was great. Okay, so delete this and delete this. Okay, and then check these things in. So this is add tooltips for archer abilities. I also made Wild Shot have some baseline haste bonus, which I don't even think is going to be super obvious. Whatever. All right. What headphones do I have? It was Pixel Buds. I guess Pixel Buds Pro, whatever the first Pro version is, not the new ones. I had Pixel Buds originally, and I used them a lot to the point where their battery life would last for maybe only half an hour or something. So when I got the new ones and they last for like a decent amount of time now, I'm very happy with them. All right, so the thing I wanted to test is we have a bunch of different character roles now. We have like tank and damage, tank and healer, healer, DPS, 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 and DPS. I think we have 4 DPS characters. So if we just grant all the characters here, I want to see how they perform compared to one another. So I'm going to do Archer in a battle, the Mage in a battle, and the Rogue in a battle. These are all level 1. And then we're going to speed this up. And we're just going to look at the numbers at the end here. So this does 9 DPS, 10, and 7. They're not so far off from one another. Yeah, let's try that one more time. 9, 10, and 7 is now 10, 9, and basically 7. I know you can't totally see this because I'm blocking some of it with my webcam, but there's no real way to show all that. Uh-oh, what's that? That's not good is what that is. All right, what are you doing? What do we got here? Value cannot be null. Update Wild Shot haste buff line 28. Oh, this is when you miss. The battle might be... No, the battle can't be done, right? Why would this not exist? This should get added as soon as this thing is initialized in battle. We add the buff to the source, yeah. What happened? Removed from entity. Oh, whoops. Yeah, of course. Oh, my bad. Oh, darn it. How do we do this then? All right, I guess we just make this a question mark here. And then if that is null, return. So this is possible if the entity battle was ending and all effects were disposed. All right, yeah, take care, Shoe Strikers. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and pretty much for the rest of this year, I think it's going to be the general schedule. And I'm hoping to launch this in the beginning of 2025, but really there is a lot of work to be done. Got the AirPod Pro 2s. They're so good. I've heard good things. They're on that half-hour battery stage. I hate being plugged in constantly. Yeah, I think my issue was that a lot of times you want to use those sort of earpod style or earbud style headphones is like I was on the phone, and sometimes you have a call that lasts for longer than half an hour. And it's really frustrating when one dies and you're like, oh, it's only a matter of time before the second one does. And then you got to go figure something else out. I definitely did not enjoy that. All right, I'm going to restart this to see if this fixes this issue. But yeah, we were going to test damage numbers. And this is always a little bit hard to do anyway, because this is not the best way of doing it. But that was the Archer, Mage, and Rogue. I guess we should also put the Witch Doctor in a comparison there. Also, I think that the Rogue is pretty good. So I'm not actually concerned that they're too weak, even though they were showing up like they're too weak there. But yeah, let's do this, speed this up. So 10 DPS, 12 DPS. And the Witch Doctor is at 5. 5. I think it can get higher if they poison the target more. No, they were still like 4 that time. So the Archer's actually pretty good right now, but why? I guess I just tweaked these numbers enough. Did I make all the sprites? Oh no, I did not. At this point, more of what you see on the screen is probably done by Quickie Joe than the stuff that wasn't done by Quickie Joe, but there was an asset pack as the base here. Okay, so here's what I think we do. I think we level up the adventurers a few times. So let's do this. Let's grant, let's say 5 levels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then with, oh, we didn't need to do that, I guess. I could have just granted skill points. But anyway, with the skill points that we have now, let's figure out what we should put these in. So let's try inside forked arrows for you. And you can get a combination of those. And you can get... maybe this. Okay, then let's go to the dungeon. And hopefully they all win. No, this one's losing. That one lost. And the Witch Doctor also lost. Okay, so damage numbers, 21 DPS, 20 DPS, 12 DPS. So wow, the Witch Doctor is just bad compared to the other ones, huh? I wonder if there's a better ability to get. Maybe this. Let's repeat and see if that increases their chance of survivability. Oops. Yeah, it seems like it does. Wow, it really does. Yeah, now they won. It took 40 seconds. Yeah, so here's the issue. You're not supposed to compare these in a vacuum because you can put multiple characters into a party. So if I have the Archer and the Witch Doctor, then both classes can shine a little bit more. Like the Archer won't be taking as much damage. The Witch Doctor doesn't need its high DPS because it's got the Archer there. So I'm probably just going to leave things as is for right now and just say that this bug was fixed, which it doesn't even seem like it was. How fun. Is this that something was disposed already? Or did I not restart this? $28. Value cannot be null. Oh, the entity itself is null? That's not good. Affected entity. Nothing sets that to null. Effect just knows what it's on, right? Yeah. And nothing deletes this. Yeah, nothing deletes that. I'm going to try this again. Maybe... Whoops. Maybe we have an issue there that we can find. So this is presumably going to have an error at some point. Let's just have it auto battle. And just, yeah, there it is. Oh, this sucks. So it's coming from here. Oh, I guess we just don't even have an effects component anymore. Oh, I see what's happening. So the battle is getting cleaned up, and when we remove the effects component, first I guess we remove all of the effects. So we need to check here if there even is a component. Okay. Can or will this send statistics of party compilations, see what people are using? Like if an archer is in 100% of battles, might imply overpowered. It could, yeah. And I might do that for one of the checkpoints. There's one other consideration, which is that not everyone is offered the same party members or same adventurers, I guess. So the way the game works is when you start, you are always offered the rogue and the mage. So you pick one of these. But then afterward, every other choice randomly picks, for right now, 2 other adventurers. So let me get rid of that dialogue. So here we have now the cleric and the archer. So let's say you pick the mage. You'll still be offered the cleric and the archer next time. But now wait, that's not how that should work, right? Oh, I already own the archer. That's why. Right. That's because I hacked in the character. All right. Well, if we pick the cleric, then we're offered the warrior, witch doctor, and then one other one. Yeah, the paladin. So you might have different ones for me. And as a result, you might, like, it might seem like a character's overpowered, even though maybe just the offering order allows you to have certain parties that make more sense. I don't know. Like maybe the paladin isn't very good till the end of the game, for example. But who knows? Yeah, battle win rates or something. Yeah. Yeah. The nice thing about a single player game is if any of these characters are like super overpowered, it's not really the end of the world. If it makes the game unfun, it's bad. But if people are just winning battles more than they should, that's not really so bad. How do I level up my adventures? For now, you just purchase the level up. And part of the reason I wanted to do that is because I don't want you to hire a new adventurer and they start at level 1. I think that would be annoying because let's say all your other adventurers are just something higher, 50. Then now you got to put your level 1 adventurer into a battle with them and like slowly level them up. It just felt tedious. So when you level up your adventurers, you're leveling all of them up at once. So now they're all level 2. And then if you buy a new one, that one will also be level 2. So yeah, oh, actually, I put a tooltip there. All of your adventurers share a level. You level up by spending money, not by battling, and stats automatically go up as you level. Yeah, with in-game money. Yeah. There's no real-life money purchases here other than the game itself. I don't know if we'll keep that. Another idea that I think I'd be okay with is if every time you want to battle, so imagine we do this battle and we win it, an item popped out of the portal here. Let's go to a later dungeon so you can see more items pop out. So yeah, items pop out of the portal. Imagine if also like experience orbs or something dropped out of the portal. And instead of you leveling up all your adventurers with money, you level them all up with experience orbs. That could be kind of cool. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do yet. Okay, so what we got to change this instead is get component or null. Change this to this. And then say if this is null, this is possible if the battle, if the entire character was cleaned up. And that's what prompted the removal of this component. Okay, so now this stuff isn't needed. We can put this back to what it was, which was this. There. Maybe a nano transaction. 1 pico penny. Comment should be preceded by a blank line, sure. Okay, so all we're gonna do is speed this up a ton and see if this happens. So I'm just gonna say auto battle, and if we never see an error print out here, then I guess everything's fine. Now, of course, this is the halting problem, so we need to wait 1 eternity. We can't be certain that it won't happen. So I'll just start a stream marathon. Okay, I don't think it's going to happen. Fix bug with wild shot recent miss buff. When the battle ends, it would trigger the logic to update haste, even though the entire effects component had been removed. 24 million hour stream. Yeah, Kipoga rated. I think I have a Kipoga command. Yes, I do. Okay, so make arrows rotate based on their velocity. May need a custom script. All right. Yeah, Terrence Hammer is lawyer. I commented quickly. All right, so we have H flip or flip H. What's it called? Flip H based on direction component. We could have something like faces direction. Do we already have that? We have facing direction. No, we don't already have that. Okay, well, we're going to call this something like faces direction of movement, maybe. Faces movement direction. Face. Yeah, I like this. That's fine. I don't think it really matters too much. Faces direction of movement. All right, and then we need the node that is the node to rotate. Yeah. So it indicates that an entity should face the direction that it's moving. This is for something like projectiles. E.g., a fireball may always face its target. Yeah, that's why I think raids are really good on Twitch. Just kind of sharing audience members. Splunk, thanks for subbing and for 3 months in advance too. That's quite the progression there. 155. How do I level up adventures? First time chat. 2 o'clock. Yeah, I'll give you 3 months worth of money. I appreciate it. All right, so what we want to do is put this on, I guess, fireballs and on arrows. In fact, maybe all projectiles should just have this by default. Do they? Yeah, they pretty much do. There, cool. Okay, now we got to go code this. So what's it called? Flip H. So this is flip H if applicable. This is like face direction of movement if applicable. Entity direction, yeah. Raids are dangerous because I'm planning on switching my Prime sub to you. You really don't have to do that. Honestly, I am not trying to make money this year, as evidenced by making next to no money. So yeah, I think just tell a friend about the game at some point. That's all you need to do. But that works in both directions, by the way. I've rated people sometimes and just sort of lost the viewers to the person I rated. I'm fine with it. It means that they were a better fit for that viewer. I think that's good. It's just funny how it happens. Base direction. Didn't I make the function already? Ah, there we go. Okay, so this needs this question mark C equals get or null. If C equals null, return. Otherwise, get the node to rotate. Wow, it knows everything. That's not a good idea, right? Angle. Returns this vector's angle with respect to the x-axis or 1, 0 vector in radians. Equivalent to the result of A10-2. Yeah, okay. So I think we want to do this, and then I think we just want to rotate according to that angle. Is this in radians? Yes. But in the editor, it's in degrees, which I always thought was funny. I think that's how you would want it to work. Yeah, it's Copilot, yeah. Skipping the ads, yeah. Do you really need a component for this? You most likely rotate all projectiles anyway, so you could do this like I did in projectile init with those 2 lines. I could, yeah, and I don't actually think we're going to use this anymore, maybe, but we might, and I'd like to at least have this foundation of being able to customize how something moves. I'm a little torn. One of the reasons I'm torn is because I think the other thing we're going to need is I want arrows to travel in an arc, as was mentioned earlier. So if the archer is here and if the enemy is here, that the arrow travels like this, maybe. And in that case, we need custom logic for how to approach an enemy in the first place. And I don't know exactly how we would do that, but I don't suppose that would change what we're doing here. I guess at any given point, the arrow would be like the tangent like this. So at any time it is facing the direction it's moving. Anyway, I'm not positive yet, but let's try this. Have I coded it even? I think we did. I'm trying to think if there's something I'm missing here. Yeah. Hey, Kelsey. I think I'm rocks. What are you looking for a screenshot? Is it the screenshotting tool I use? Because that's Shotter. X and Y velocities are independent, so you can move X like it was straight and do half positive Y, half negative Y. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Lori. Just, yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Sorry. Uh-oh. I broke the game. Oh, I see. Component ID. We need one for faces, direction of movement. Yeah. Flip, yeah, that should have been different. Parabolic curve of the arrow. Positive Y, half negative Y. Oh, I see what you're saying. But you need to rotate around. Okay, no, I think you're assuming that I'm always targeting in the same plane. We might have a battle like this. Let me just take a screenshot of this actually. So you might have a battle like this where the archer is that one and they're shooting like, I guess I can just draw the arc like that. So it's slightly different. You'd still just figure out the, you'd still figure out the vector from here to here. And then I guess angle it to the left by like 15 degrees. And then have the arrow arc toward the target. Thanks, Cardinal. Appreciate it. In fact, I have this written here somewhere, right? We would probably do this by computing the direct vector to the target, changing the angle by, say, 15 degrees, then having the arrow find, like slowly adjust its angle. Yeah. All right, let's see if this is working though. I don't even think we'd have an easy way of telling if this is working though. This is off the screen. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to even do this now. That's just a bug. All right, well, let's start a new battle then. Oh, wait, this won't tell us if this is working. Let's do this. Let's have it so that enemies are positioned at just some random coordinate. We don't even need to do that. What am I talking about? We can just start a battle in the whatever. Yeah, here, sure. That. No, wait, it can't be there. I'll eventually figure this out. The forest, yeah. Oh, but then we run into the bug. All right, let's just restart this. Try dragging the close button and press tab. I did try pressing tab, but I hadn't tried it that way. Yeah, I just need to fix that. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's working. You can see an arrow that went down is angled downward. That looks a lot cooler too. Yeah, neat. Now let's level up the archer and give them a whole bunch of this and this. Nice. They're still gonna die. But they'll shoot a bunch of arrows before they die. Yeah, looks cool. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, lots of small changes can have a big impact. And I think my kind of, quote unquote issue with game dev is that you can apply a level of care to practically any part of a game and probably find some way to improve it. Like your buttons could look slightly better. They could have like a little sheen over them or something. You could add audio when a character's moving over the stone that's different from when they're moving over grass. You could, yeah, make arrows move differently in the game or add a particle effect or something. You can do that over and over and over and over again and just make the game like marginally better. It's definitely that whole rule of 1% improvement just stacking up. This applies to Fireball too. Yes, that's correct. And I think Fireball is gonna, well, let's see how it looks. Oops, there. Okay, that was not indicative of anything changing. There we go. Yeah, I think it looks okay. Yeah. Guess a shear would make it look a little bit better. Yeah, where are my sunglasses at? I actually had some sunglasses like Kit. Actually, I had them in the I have them in one of my clips, I guess. Actually, I have them in one of my emotes. What am I talking about? Yeah, there they are. Okay, this all looks good. Yeah, let's check it in. Make projectiles face their direction of movement. This was especially important for arrows, which look a lot better now. All right, so this is now done. Blocked attack completely shouldn't exist. It was for zombies, and I changed how we fetch them as targets. Yeah, this is, I don't know, let's just see. So if had damage and then run on ally about to take damage, the only thing that I think can even use this right now is the paladin. Is that correct? Yes, only the paladin uses this. And the paladin never decreases the damage to 0. They can't do that. So technically this code isn't needed, but also technically it's not bad for if we need it in the future. Let me think about this. So if we don't block the attack, the effect's still going to show on the wrong character. That's the problem. All right, you got to change this. Will it only be applied to the fired arrows and not the ricochet arrows? I'm not sure because I'm going to save that for later anyway. I have to tab for my game. Satisfactory. Did you expense my stream earlier? So had damage, modified damage. What's this? Modified damage amount is greater than 0. Call effect on damage dealt. Blocked attack completely. So we're going to get rid of this whole blocked attack completely thing. I'm just trying to think, is there anything in the future that I make that you somehow can block an attack for another player and it should be coded this way? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I think we're going to get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, and everything should just work. Lasers. All right, we're just going to create an instance. Actually, let's create a few of these and just see if there's anything amiss. I don't think so far. Man, I love that lightning graphic. I think it's so cool. We're going to actually change it to the one Quickie Joe made, but it still looks pretty cool. Yeah. Also, the warrior, the poor, pathetic warrior. Look at this stupid idiot. It's just so bad. How long did that battle take? 24 seconds? What a terrible character. Oh, I gotta do something about that. I wonder when we should do something about that. I've just been kind of putting it off. It's not like it does literally nothing. It's just not very good. Okay, so get rid of, what's it called? Blocked attack completely. The reason this shouldn't exist even in the future is that if you're fully blocking an attack for an ally, then you should do so in the targeting phase, like how zombies can taunt. Otherwise, the attack will still show, or could still show an effect like slash.png or slash.png on the original, on the intended target. That's why we had to change zombies in the first place. All right, so that's done. Run.net format. Easy peasy. No, I'm not ripping on the game. I'm ripping on the warrior. The warrior is bad. And the warrior just popped into existence on its own. It's not like any one of us made it. It just appeared in the code base somehow. Oh, that actually changed quite a lot. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, that's the reason we ran it. All right, so again, we want to check in everything other than town. Yeah, co-pilot out of the warrior. No, I think really what happened here is it represented a sort of different era of thinking about the characters. Like the warrior was supposed to be like a semi-tank. So it has an ability crush, which has a 25% chance to miss. And then it has taunt, which forces all enemies to attack the warrior. The problem is this has on miss, like gain attack power, and on hit, make the enemy miss more attacks, like debuffs the enemy. But the issue is this is the only attack they have, really. Well, they also have counterattack. Sorry, I forgot about that. Counterattack is a passive, and when hit, percent chance to attack the target that hit you. So when you gain attack power on missing, you might end up realizing that attack power when you counterattack, but maybe you don't counterattack. And then maybe you miss the next attack too. And it's like, well, that kind of sucks. That's boring. So we need to change this. And I think all the classes should be somewhat unique. So there can be damage dealer, but there's damage dealer by like quick, weak attacks, maybe like AoE attacks, damage over time attacks, some combination of these things, etc. And then there's tanks, and you could have like a mitigation tank, a dodge tank, like a healer tank, something like that. So I think where I want the warrior to be is like a thorns tank. They counterattack a bunch, and that's maybe their only source of damage. So taunt is how they get attacked, and they have some other thing that's like a buff or a rallying cry for the whole team, something like that. But I think this is the role I want them to fit. My big note would be useful here, but that involves a new class. Yeah, I want to look over this again, but I'm pretty sure this is where I want to steer the warrior. And I think they would be unique if they fit that role. Oh yeah, they could have a stun ability. I think that could be good. I want them to be a thorns tank. Yeah, the other problem with the warrior is that they're not really self-sufficient. The only other tank we have in the game, well, I guess we kind of have two other tanks, and they're much more self-sufficient. And I'll explain why in just a second. Excuse me, I'm waiting for this to load up. Yeah, so the Paladin, get rid of these notifications. The Paladin has this links you to your allies, causing 15% damage they take to be transferred to you. So that's sort of how they tank. They just absorb the damage. And then the self-sufficient part is when they get hit, they generate holy light, and when they get enough of it, they heal whoever needs it the most. So they can sort of heal themselves. But then also, every time they attack, they increase their damage mitigation. So they've got a little damage mitigation, a little bit of healing, and a very tiny amount of damage they can deal. The Witch Doctor, if you kind of count them as a tank, they summon zombies, and then the zombies can have a chance to take an attack for an ally. And the way this is self-sufficient is you just keep summoning more zombies. So like, who cares if they die? And I'll show both of these in a battle so you can kind of see them in action. There we go. I know it's not super visible here. So yeah, you see the zombies taking damage over here. You see the Paladin slowly generating some rays of light. Yeah. Is stun and thorns kind of anti-synergy? Yes, it is, which is why that's probably a bad idea. Thanks for pointing that out. What if you move the warrior to steal the Paladin and call it rage? As they take damage, they build rage. When they get enough, they self-heal a little and lash out at an enemy or something. Actually, it's pretty cool. I don't know about the self-heal. I think I just want them to be paired with a healer. But yeah, what if they built up rage, and when they got enough rage, then they did something. I don't know what. Why are they in inverted colors? Yeah, that's Dark Reader. Yeah. On second thought, stun does not work with and stunning doesn't really synergize with that. Perhaps I don't want all tanks to have something like Holy Light, but perhaps they have, the warrior has something like Holy Light, but it increases the counterattack chance. Or maybe it just goes up as you take more damage. Or maybe you take less damage as your life drops. Okay, that can kind of be cool. I like that last idea. So we're going to riff on that later. More chance to counterattack and less damage taken, or more damage dealt. I don't know what. Something like that. A fury meter. Where the warrior can stun himself, and that activates thorns and huge damage mitigation on himself. So there are only 3 abilities for each character in the game, and if the warrior is stunning itself, it's functionally equivalent to just not having another ability that does something. So counterattack is passive. Taunt is active, but only makes enemies attack you. It also has some buffs associated with it. So then we're going to change this third ability to something. I don't know what. But let's say it is increase the life of your party by 50%. Then it's almost like they're just always stunned because they don't do anything to enemies on their own. They need to be attacked. But we're not necessarily going to look at that just yet. I think we just need to fix that by checkpoint 3. So we ran this. We did not check this in. What was that? Condition points dot size less than or equal to 1 is true. Oh, for gradient? Oh. That's from Holy Light that's doing that. We changed the particles. Where did I code that? Where did I code that? There's a number of rays somewhere. This, yeah. Where is that? Here. Set number. Oh, it's called rays of light. All right, we call a remove point. You're apparently not supposed to do that. I don't know how you're supposed to do this. All right, we got to figure out a better way. I'll just write that down for later, though, because I don't think it's really breaking anything. Apparently, rays of light shouldn't be removing both gradient points. Or else you get this. You see an error get spammed. Well. take a look at that at some point. This should all just be removing using statements, right? Yeah, it is. Run.net format. Make a special class that inherits from projectile that represents a split shot arrow. It should store whether the splits will also crit. Also, only the unsplit arrow should be able to start the crit chain. Yeah. So, okay. This was the archer has this ability, split shot. So you have a chance to split. But then they also have this ability, which guarantees a crit every so many hits. The problem is you have technically two different kinds of arrows there. You have the splitting arrow, and then you have the split arrow. And this represents up to 3 enemies taking damage. And this always represents exactly 1 enemy taking damage. So if you were to choose which one could crit, which one would you pick? So what I think we should do is only the splitting arrows can become crits. And then when they are, all of the arrows that they break into also become crits. But even that is not great. Maybe we should just change the ability a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. The other thing that came to mind is what if this also had to do with haste somehow? Like every 12 hits gives you a haste buff. And that way everything the archer does has to do with haste. I kind of like that idea. And I guess it'd be balanced by the theoretical maximum haste only being affected by you missing wild shot a bunch of times. I kind of want to just do that. Let's see what it looks like. It wouldn't be called sharpshooter, I guess, because I don't think that makes sense anymore. Instead, what if we change sharpshooter to also add haste? We would need to rename it though. All right, so how do we do this? Go into sharpshooter, split shot. Speed shooter, yeah. Are there items? Because if so, you could have interesting builds. No. Yeah, I did not want there to be items in the game. There's one person who literally every stream is pushing for there to be equipment in the game. But I think it complicates the game for no major benefit. And I have a lot of reasons why I think that, but if you're willing to accept that as the answer, then we'll just leave it at that. So I don't need to keep repeating them every time. All right, so where's sharpshooter? Sharpshooter, here it is. All right, so this has will crit. Instead of will crit, it's going to be, well, we'll just change this code, I guess. Yeah, rip missiles 3. We're going to add a haste buff. Okay, cool. You'll accept that as an answer. Awesome. Sounds good. So what level of haste bonus should you get here? Entity. What is the entity? The one that you are? Yes. All right, what percent bonus here? Let's give you a 50% bonus. Is that? No, that's huge. A 20% bonus for 5 seconds. Yeah. All right, then let's print out somewhere, maybe at the top of this. Let's just print out whatever your current haste is. Yeah. Okay, so we'll do gd.print current haste percent. Get haste multiplier. Do one of these, one of these, one of those, a couple of those. All right, let's try that out. So they should get what, 20% haste every so often. I guess 12 hits by default, and maybe we allow you to get that even without a point in that ability. I don't know, but now we're just going to debug grant 1,000,000 points and give you 5 into this, 5 into this, 5 into this, and none of that. All right, that should be the most haste you could get. Unfortunately, I need to make the archer invincible. How about this? Let's grant money, unlock all the adventurers, and just put them in a party with the warrior and the cleric. Okay, let's see how that works. All right, so the archer should just keep shooting faster and faster, I guess. It'll say crit when they're getting the haste buff. Okay, that's too fast. That's definitely too fast. Okay. And I guess it's just going to keep getting faster and faster. Maybe. All right, what level of haste did we get up to there? Oh, just a casual 2100%. All right, well that's not legal. Why is it happening? How many hits does it take? Guarantees a crit every 7 hits from split shot, and the bonus arrows count. So every arrow is really 60% of 3 arrows. Wait, how's that work? 60%. So I guess every arrow is on average like 2.2 arrows. So that means every roughly 3.5 shots, which is when you have enough haste, like basically every second. Yeah, that's too much. Archer fires a fast burst of X arrows, which also have a chance to split. That is also pretty cool. Yeah, that's also pretty cool. Actually, even just firing one more split arrow could be enough. Hey, TK. But if I tone this down, I want to see, is there any way to make this actually work? Like if we set this to, you get 3 seconds of haste at this much, is it just going to grow infinitely? I raise you quadruple shot. I like the arrow barrage idea. And I think anything would probably be better than what is currently there, because I just don't think the crit is all that interesting. I think the archer is based around like a bunch of fast attack. I don't even know why I started the battle. I didn't do anything. Let me grant the points. This, and this. Okay, now we're going to enter a battle with you and you. All right, now what haste amount do you get up to? All right, still probably too fast, yeah. And that was after cutting it in half. I wonder what this will look like inside the forest where they're not all laid out like that. I mean, it's the same. Oh, they're dying. It's not the same. They're dead. All right, let's give them some skills too. Oh, you don't have any skill points. Let's give you some of that. Let's give you some of that. Oh, also, I forgot about this. The cleric is giving the archer haste. But now they shouldn't die as much. Yeah. I wonder if they can win this fight. Probably not. No. But the haste percents are still getting ridiculous. So yeah, what if they just shot an extra couple of arrows? We could just call use again. We could delete all the will crit stuff. Or copy it out of here. Let's do that. So damage is going to be that. And if will crit, so will crit is going to be just use the ability again, I guess. Num hits needed. Where do we reset the hit counter? Oh, there. Yeah. All right, so use with exactly the same arguments, entity, battle. This is now probably too powerful. Are they additive? Yeah, they're additive. Do you want to restrict from the extra proc to have a chance to trigger another second proc? It's not a chance. That's the thing. Right now, the way it works is every 12 hits, you'll get this proc. So if I put a point into this, I guess it's every 11 hits. And if we just do that, let's make the Archer invincible. I really need to code a God mode or something. Based on number of hits, then each haste stack makes the next one occur faster than before. Yeah, but the way I want to balance that is by... Oh, you're saying for the haste stuff. I want to just get rid of the haste, I think. I think that your maximum effective haste without that ability I just put in is like 250%, which is fine. It's just bad when it gets to like 2000%. So this, I think we just need to change the number so that it starts at like 20 hits. So if you have it, just do it again. It lowers the number by 1. It actually lowers the number by 3 potentially, because the splits count as well. So we're gonna do this. This will represent the strongest possible archer. You can't even get this in the game, but whatever. And then we put those 3 characters into the volcano, and we hit start, and we see. I don't think it's even gonna be obvious that it's shooting multiple. Oh, I guess it will say the word. Nope. Oh, is that an infinite loop? That's probably an infinite loop. Wow, I won't even close the game. What happened here? Oh, there we go. So what happens? This call. Oh, whoops. We need to put that there. That's why that was infinite. And let's put the like. I'll have it say multi for now. What are the mechanics behind getting haste and what does it do? I was able to glean from sporadic viewing, but not certain. So haste increases the rate at which your abilities recharge. So if normally it would take 2 seconds for you to use an ability and you have 100% extra haste, it'll take 1 second. And how do you get haste is through abilities that grant it. So right now there are 4 in the game that grant it, I think. And they're just listed on the ability. So for example, Cleric has this. Bless the entire party, making them act 20% faster for 1 second. And the Archer has this. Every time an arrow hits a target, you attack 2.5% faster, up to a maximum of 25%. It has this. When Wild Shot misses, you attack 15% faster for 7 seconds. Why are so many people? Kippo got rated. All right, so we're gonna do the same thing. Put all our points into this, and this. Actually, no, not into this. We'll only put 1 point into that because I want to rebalance that anyway. And I want to try this again and just see what's going on. So can you even tell that it should say multi over the Archer when it happens? There it is. It's not obvious. Oh, wait, we don't need them to be in a party with anybody else anymore. We can just put them directly into the next place. Put them into the forest, and we can see. So that was 3 hits, 6. I have no idea. I lost count. Yeah, they shoot it at exactly the same time. I think that's the problem. Okay, you know what? What if I have a better idea? Maybe. What if instead of either of these things, what if it was like every 6th hit causes the arrow to split such that you hit every enemy? So instead of splitting into just 2 arrows, it could split into, in this case, an extra, what, 6? Yeah. Hey, Cheap. Hey, Comp. Say we want to get rid of haste. I want to get rid of haste on the one ability that we just like broke by adding haste. Because haste ended up getting like 2100%, and that's too much. Or, okay, even better. All right, I think this is what I want to go with. Okay, so we have split shot, which is 10% chance to split. And then we have whatever the first mod is called, I forgot, which is up to plus 50% chance to split. And then what if mod 2 was give a chance for the splits to split again? Yeah. Then unfortunately it's a little bit like the mage's ability. Yeah. Ate all that and about to pass out. What a marathon. Splits would be cool. Yeah, but like I said, I think it's a little too close maybe to the mage ability. I'll show you what I'm talking about here. We have this. So storm intensity increases intensity of the storm, causing an extra X bolts per level. And then Echo Strike is each bolt you cast has a chance to strike again for half the damage. No, I guess it's different enough. Yeah, I think it's different enough. Very welcome feature in a game where a dude was bitten by a snake, turned into a skeleton, and decided to open up a business as a form of retirement. It's not retirement. It's vengeance. I think it's only slightly overlapping. I think the mage is more about... Actually, what is the mage more about? I don't know. Yeah, maybe it overlaps. I think I still want to code it. Okay, so how are we going to do this? We get rid of this stuff. And we probably change it to a % chance. If can split. The mage has a damage over time, but it's not necessarily very good. Yeah, the mage is a magic archer. It shoots lightning bolts instead of arrows. So split arrows. And we create this with false. So we would create this with true if we have hit the number of shots we need to hit. I don't think I want to code this right now. Yeah, I don't think this is the most important thing to do. So I think I'm going to add this as something later. I think I want to change sharpshooter to allow split arrows to split further, which I think would be the best synergy for the archer. I would probably need a special arrow projectile class that can keep track of whether it should split. And it should be done at the time of arrow creation so that both splits could split further. Is the concept of piercing and hitting multiple targets unique to the archer? Piercing enemy armor is unique to the archer for right now, but probably won't be by the end of the game. There will probably be another character that can do it. And hitting multiple targets is something other characters can do, but just not in the exact same way. The archer's is special because the way the archer works is if there's only one enemy, then no splits can happen. So you fire one arrow and it does like 1x damage. If there are 3 enemies, then splits can happen. Well, I guess anything greater than 1 enemy is splits can happen. And then you fire 1 arrow and it can do up to 3x damage, I guess. 1x to 3 separate enemies. The way the mage works is it has that skill lightning zaps, and that has some number of bolts that it uses, and the bolts can hit the same enemy. So the mage in a one-on-one or in an anything versus one will just do its full damage always. The archer doesn't always do its full damage. Do you have a crossbow? No. I think you just have a regular bow. If the arrow splits, it increases physical damage. But we already have this, pierce armor. When wild shot hits, the target will take more damage. I don't think we need that on the other ability too. There's also magic resist in addition to armor. No, we originally thought of adding that, but I think it's just extra complexity. Like we need to give certain abilities a magic component or an element. I guess we could just split it into physical and magical. But even then, I feel like it's not really worth doing. So splitting the only mechanism through which the archer hits multiple targets. Yes. Thought the arrows were going through enemies and hitting them. Maybe I understood. No, it's not going through. It's just chance on hit to split into 2 other arrows and hit those targets. So if maybe it'll be more obvious if I do this, where we go to this instance. Well, I greatly toned down the amount of splitting that happens. But yeah, it'll just randomly hit another. The white arrows will split and hit 2 other targets. Every X shot shoots a volley high into the air, falling a second later and hitting every enemy. I think if the archer is going to do anything, though, it can't be hits every enemy. It's got to be hits up to like 2 other enemies, maybe. Also split the closest wall to the enemy. You mean like on the battlefield? Because I don't think we're going to have the battlefield come into play here. Small chance of infinite scaling on the arrow splits like the old WoW shamans or Wind Fury could proc Wind Fury. So rare that it feels awesome when you get large chain. Yeah, I like that idea too. But the very nature of probability is such that it happening once is pretty common. It happening twice is somewhat rare. It happening 3 times is like exceptionally rare. And it happening 4 times might as well just never exist. And yeah. What if there's a power shot where the arrow could go through multiple enemies and do damage? Yeah. Then positioning of enemies matters. I didn't want that to be the case. Joel, are you looking for something in particular? Because I could probably just answer your question. Is it, how are you affording to do this? All right, yeah, I think we're just going to delete this for right now, though. Yeah. All we learned is that we definitely shouldn't add more haste to that class. They have more than enough as it is. Yeah, so this was changing the arrows. Yeah, I'm just going to delete that. Yes, yeah. So quick, there is no funding or anything here. So there's no command. I was just going to answer for you. So before I started streaming again, I was working at Google for 3 years. So I have a decent amount of savings from that. But also I talked to my wife and we said that, oh, Melmsy, thanks for resubbing. I thought you just resubbed like, oh, you paid for, I think 12 months, which by the way, I never acknowledged when you did that. Thank you, Melmsy, times 12 and now times 13. My wife and I agreed that in 2024, I could just do whatever I want. So I was doing a bunch of like bot stuff and then I shifted into, I don't know, some other whatevers. And now I'm on Skeleseller. So this is now my main goal. And the launch should be like early 2025. I'm just going to do everything in my power to work as much as I can and get this stuff in a good shape. 2025 is when I'm going to shift focus back to money a bit. And I've got some ideas. I mean, Skeleseller is going to be part of it. And then I wanted to make an organization course. And those are my ideas. I have 2. There's one other thing I was going to say. Oh, yeah. Revenue for this year has probably been like $5,000. Mostly Twitch. Yeah. Probably like 100 from other sources. So I'm not making a lot of money by any means. It's mostly just momentum. Bot sub. No, I was talking about Abbott, the Twitch bot that I was working on in Discord bot, I guess. Skeleton shop. Yep. Kind of doing what I'm doing now. Yeah, nice. What did you choose to work on? Yeah, I am living the dream. I am very happy to be working on this stuff. And I am very excited, especially ever since yesterday, where, like I said, we started working on the Steam page. And I just felt like, oh man, it's getting real. It's getting real. We're going to have a Steam page. Yeah. I think the hardest part is going to be getting through the just massive amount of stuff. But hey, every month you get a little bit more done. Maybe don't allow the dodge buff to stack, just reset its time. I don't even know what this means. What does that mean? Oh. Because you could be hit many times. I mean, directly hit, this bonus is reset to 0% and you gain a chance to dodge for that many seconds. Maybe I should say if hit again while this is active, it just resets the duration. That way you can never get a higher dodge chance. Like, yeah, this is something that I guess is a little weird about the Archer. If they're in a battle against 9 enemies on their own, they'll live for way longer than they should. So if we just immediately put them into a battle against, not that. If we put them into a battle against, yeah, these enemies. So just look at their dodge amount. They dodge like crazy. And then when it wears off, they start taking all the damage again. And then they start dodging again. So they survive for way longer than another character would. That was 10 seconds. If I put the rogue in that same battle, I don't even have the rogue. And I can't do that. So yeah, if I put the rogue in that same battle, they would die probably pretty fast. Yep. It lasted 4 seconds. So yeah, I think that's a little too powerful. Maybe even way too powerful. What if instead of splitting, he fires a barrage of X arrows? Low chance. It'll maximize enemy's hit, but if there's only one enemy, all arrows will hit the single enemy. I think just having it split more is probably what I'll start with. I don't mind the barrage of arrows thing. Like fires an extra 2 arrows. That actually, I guess they're functionally equivalent, right? If you fire 2 more arrows, or if the arrows that split can just split further. No, they're not functionally equivalent. Because the extra 2 arrows get at the same target. But that's certainly an easier way to code it. I'll write that down. I don't know which one I want to do just yet. It's functionally similar if we just have the archer fire 2 more arrows. By not being splits, they would work better for single enemy battles. Disney. I was gonna say movies and stuff doesn't cost that much, but if you're actually going to like a Disney World type of thing, that costs a lot. But yeah, I don't know, maybe, no, wait. Yeah, they have their, what is it called? Disney Plus or something, right? Where you can get all the movies. Oh, I guess the problem is the kids want to watch the same movie like a million times. So you can't ever get rid of the subscription. Alternating between being lazy and working on a company I started with my friends where I'm building the platform. Basically make 0 money in those years. I was living on savings. Learned way more doing our project than the 10 years of debt previously. Yeah, this I think is key for a lot of personal projects, but especially projects that are more focused on either businesses or releasing. So if you were to just, pick up web dev as a hobby, you'd learn a ton. If you were to pick up web dev as like a hobby/business, you'd probably learn even more. And I think the time I learned the most in my life was when I was working on Botland. And I spent a long time working on this, and it touched a lot of different things. I learned a lot of technical stuff. I learned a lot about games and releasing, and I really, really value that time in my life. And I think it's the same thing with Skeleseller. Skeleseller is the first time where I feel like I'm proving that I learned things from Botland. Because otherwise it was like, well, I learned these things, but have I really had a chance to show it? And we talked about this in a little bit in the interview I did yesterday or Monday, with Melmsy, and a little bit in the Funky Monkey call today too. But about how just your focus changes based on sort of what's needed. And in the UX and UI conversation, it was like, when I need to focus on UX and UI, then I'm keeping in mind, oh yeah, you can use colors and animations to highlight elements. And when I'm thinking about marketing, I'm thinking about like, how easy is it for a new player to jump in? But a lot of the time, I'm just not considering that. I'm just thinking about like, oh, we have a function here. We need to look at this. I just have blinders up. What is this conversation? If you shoot max arrows 9, immediately target all enemies. If there are fewer targets, the extra arrows target existing enemies, deal way less damage. Shooting 9 arrows barrages a single target would not too much. Yeah, but I think just from a point of complexity, I'd probably just say like just shoots 9 arrows. And just if they target the same one, they just do extra damage. But I think I just like the idea of the archer either shoots 2 extra arrows or they just split further. I like it, Thels. Let's see. Let's just see really fast. If we go into wild shot and we just do projectile.scale equals new vector to 10 10. Yeah, Joel, I think the thing about passion projects and wanting to work on them forever is that hopefully at some point you realize, oh, I'm running out of money. I should try to make a passion project that also makes money. And that's sort of the ideal situation. Yeah, there we go. Hey, test user. Botland will be open sourced. So possibly in 2025, you could fork it on GitHub and just play it if you want. Not big enough. Okay, sorry. What a fool. What a fool I am. Let me increase the size of that arrow so you can actually see it. This is what Thel suggested originally anyway. There we go. Actually, if I go to this, now they'll angle themselves. Oh, which actually shows an error, right? They show for 1 frame at the wrong rotation because it's the navigation system that updates them. Fine. We got to go fix that. All right, let's revert this because we've been doing nothing important there. And let's fix that 1 frame issue. Maybe when this is added to the target, it immediately, yeah, it doesn't really matter. All right, let's do sprite.rotation equals target dot. Oh, yeah, we have tc dot direction. That's not a thing. What is that? It should be target location, right? Target, yeah. Target minus position dot angle. And then put this back in and see if that's still happening. See, I help find bugs. Yep, you sure do. Certainly can't argue it. I mean, it did find a bug. So now we should not ever see it face right and then go down. It should just always face the direction it should be moving in, yeah. While I'm reading chat, someone tell me if you do see the arrow mess up. Set this to auto battle, I guess. Can I put this? I can put this as the first screenshot. Yes, definitely. That'll help. That'll sell the game. Second stream? Yeah, this is the second stream. I usually do 2 streams. Whoops, what am I doing? I'm trying to close the game. All right, so revert that and go, so set projectile rotation at creation. It used to be only the navigation system changing the rotation. So for 1 frame, it would show with an angle of 0 degrees, which wasn't really obvious until I made the arrows 20 times the size. So who knows? Maybe no one would have ever noticed, but it's fixed. So what do I care? I do think we need to do this. Whoops, I'm highlighting the wrong thing. I do think we need to do this one. Don't allow the dodge buff to stack. Just reset its time. Unfortunately, we do not have a way of doing this because there's no way to know that this dodge buff came from the other thing. So I think what we got to code is that ID system. Where did I write this down? Mr. Anderson. Thanks for the resub. Does it even need to set it? Not in the case of arrows, but eventually I want them to arc toward the target and then it will need to set it. Yeah, this. Okay. Could you set it in the component that gives the projectile a direction or arc to save you from having to make the same line of code and other skills in the future? Yeah, I'd even thought about this. The way I could actually do this is by putting it into, what is it? Like added to entity. The problem is that the only way to tell at the beginning is to know what the target is. And in this case, we know it. But in the future, there might be a projectile that just like kind of randomly moves and eventually whatever it hits, it does damage to, in which case it wouldn't work. So I'm just going to leave it like this for now. You still don't have to do this through navigation, just in the process. Yeah, but a lot of the point of the entity component system is that entities don't have their own process functions, or like shouldn't be implementing them. I know we could literally just write override process and put it in here, but then there's no point in having the system that we have. All right, I got to take a break. I've actually streamed for 2 hours and haven't taken a break yet. So I'm going to take a break. We're going to come back. We're going to code this stuff. And then I think we could say the Archer's pretty much done. Yeah, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do. But yeah, I really need to get up and walk around a little bit. So you can all play Jump Royale. Is it jump time? It's jump time. For those who've never played this, just type join in chat. No need for an exclamation mark, excuse me. Just type join. You'll see your little character show up here, and your goal is to jump to the top of the world using the J command and a number. So have fun. You'll figure it out. I'll be back in a little bit. Hey, everybody. Zoe, this game feels like life or death situation. I like that feeling though of playing a game like this and knowing there's really nothing on the line, and yet it can still kind of make you feel antsy. Why am I radiating red sparkles? Because you're a subscriber. You can change it if you want. If I type glow and then blue, for example, then I change my particle color. Glow and then green. Unfortunately, this does not save here. So you'd have to, next time you play the game, you'd have to type glow at the beginning of the game. You can also change your character with, I think, choice and then a number. Is that what it is? No, char and a number? Yeah, char and then a number from 1 to 18 changes your character. Oh, and you can change your name color too. I forgot about that. Yeah, so there's a lot of different things you can change, but none of it saves right here. So you'll need to change it all again next time. Anyway, close the game. Okay, so anywhere that we split buffs, just to be able to modify one of those buffs, we should probably instead give them an ID and then be able to look them up by ID. For example, Wild Shot should grant a haste buff. Oh, that's not true anymore. Then apply this ID wherever we split stat computations. I'm using a Godot, yeah. I'm not using a custom game engine or anything. Just a guy in shorts and bandages around his hands. Okay, let me think about this. So ideally, we could store effects in such a way that we have a constant time lookup. And I just don't plan on doing that at first because I think it's an unnecessary optimization. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to get them by iterating over all the ones that match a given type. We already do that, actually. What am I talking about? And you should only have one with a given ID at a time. Effects component. How does this work? Get effects of ID, get effect, this gets the first one. So we would get an effect. Let me think about this. Tag. I mentioned some tag system somewhere. I want to see where I talked about it. Oh, here, this. Currently, Cloak of Shadows has 2 effects. However, rather than bundle the 2 of those together in a single buff, I just added 2 separate buffs. This makes it harder to apply a transparency effect. Well, we could just make a 3rd buff. That's not a great route. Here's what I think is best. Make a tagging system for an effect. An effect can have any number of tags, although most will probably have none. Tag power buff and dodge buff with the appropriate tags. I'm computing this, fetch buffs by their tags, not their class type. This wouldn't even work. This wouldn't work because I need to fetch their percentages too. So they need to implement some interface for like get value, which I suppose they could do easily enough. This would probably require having an interface like I has float value and with a get float value function that we implement. Can an effect simply be composed of 2 or more other effects, applying everything inside it when it's ticked or whatever? So yeah, we could do that. I think the issue that I have here is that the way I'm calculating your power increase, for example, is like this. We get all buffs that are power buffs, and we just increase, we just sum up how much they're increasing the power by. If we ended up having a buff that were to compose these things, oh wait, no, sorry, that's not the real problem. The real problem is something that's not actually implemented in the game, but imagine a dispelling effect. So something like remove one beneficial effect from the enemy. So the problem is that we have this Cloak of Shadows thing, and it's currently coded as 2 buffs. It's plus power and it's plus dodge, but it's really only one effect. So you should be able to dispel this one effect. Anyway, there are ways around this. There are ways to do this. And that was kind of what I had talked about in this. And I just haven't done it. And now I'm thinking of doing this. But I am torn on the exact implementation. I think the tags are an okay way to do this. Let me continue to take a look at this and make sure I'm actually happy with what we've got here. Because everywhere that I have a switch means I'm not happy with what we had here. So we have damage mitigation % buff and shield bash. And shield bash is special in that... Instead, increase the power of this one. Oh, what, the collar does this? That doesn't seem smart. Yes, the collar does this. Yeah. So the way I am suggesting changing this is, I guess we just fetch all the effects that have a certain tag, and the tag in this case would be power increase, and we just get their % increase value. Copy paste the dodge buff into a new class and just add power. Yeah, that would work, but then we would need to change both the get dodge chance so that there's a switch case in here, and we need to change get power so that there's a switch case in here. And that is a way we could do this. And that's the way we started doing this, but I think this is really bad because this requires stat computations to know about specific buffs, and it shouldn't. That's unnecessary coupling. So yeah, I'm gonna go change this. Where do we store interfaces in the game? I have no idea. Where? I don't even know. Oh, wait, they all start with I, so I guess we could just search for interface I. Yeah, here they are. Where are these? Oh, they're just in different folders based on what they need to be in. Okay, good. So then we need one for an effect. And we're going to call this an... Oh, hi. Hi, cat. She's just staring at me. You want to jump up here and distract me for a long time? She does not yet, but she probably will. Again, I will take every opportunity to share this picture, but this is what's staring at me right now. She's so cute. All right, effects. Where is effect? Am I just blind? Where are effects saved? Battle? Oh. Okay. A small goblin. Burn debuff. So we'll save this as I has float value. Or like effect. Yeah, whatever. I think it's fine. All right, interface. Where is any other interface that we have right now? I seek star. Yeah, this. Okay, let's just copy paste this because that's easier. And we need maybe a set and a get. Well, there'd definitely be a get float value here, or get value. Oh, she's sitting on my computer chair now. I don't know if we need a set just yet, so let's leave it at that for now. Okay, next up, let's make it so the power buff implements this. Wait, how do you do this? Like that? Yeah, now implement it. And this should be pretty obvious. It's just power increase. Okay, next up we need tags for effects. And where do I want to put those tags? I guess it's the kind of thing that can be passed in to all of the effect classes. I think the group component would work here for the cloak. It'd store buff IDs and a unique ID. Yeah, there are multiple ways we could implement this. If we were to group everything, then now we need to search for all of our effects by groups. And Cloak of Shadows would be the only one that would do that. I has value T with a T get value method. Yeah, we could do that. I don't think we're gonna need that, only because I think the only things we ever get from any of these things are floats. And even if they were integers, we could just treat them as integers by the caller. But yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Exile, I appreciate the suggestion. All right, so effect with lifetime. We're going to need to pass in not just effect ID, but also a bunch of effect tags. Yeah, and then store them all the way up into the root class. You are so adorable, cat. I was eating my lunch earlier and I was just sitting at our table and I got done and the cat just came over and like plopped herself in my lap and just practically fell asleep. Can I? Oh yeah, I thought I had done that earlier. Sorry. Thank you. Oh, I moved the desk up. That's why that happened. Yeah. Thank you. You only search like this if the buff is grouped property set to true, which would be false by default. But at this point, we could just use a tag system, and that way everything could work the same way. Most effects wouldn't need a tag, but the ones that do. Oh, here's the cat now. Hello, cat. Hi. Here, I'll zoom this out. Wait, what just happened? There we go. Yeah, I know you're going to see the green screen. But now you'll also see cat. Oh, did she type? I think she did. Now let's make a new buffer for you, cat. Cat. Do you want to face the camera? Hey, Abby. Abby. Hey, you. Jump up here. Yes. Good cat. What a good girl. She probably can fix bugs. Actually, there were some wasps in our place over the summer, and she just ate 2 of them. And then I looked up, is that bad for a cat? And they said if she doesn't seem bothered, then it's probably not that bad. Sure enough, she did not seem bothered. How do you type 9s? How's that even possible? Okay. I don't think she's going to leave me alone if I don't kick her out of the room. Because she never gets bored of this. She's trying to find a lap to sit on. Are you okay, Abby? Is your owner not treating you well? All right. No, don't sit on the keyboard. Hey, you. Will you let me code? Okay, so I think we're going to add in here we could add a hash set of tags. Yeah, because tags have to be unique. I think let's do that. Effect tag tags. Get protected set. She left. She got bored. The exact thing I said wasn't going to happen happened. At least it'll let me do work. So we're going to save this as effect tag. And let's just make one of these be power. Good. Okay, now we need to pass these in. Hash set effect tag. This is going to change every single element in the game. Is there any other way we could do this? No, I was going to say I could use an annotation, but I'm not going to do that. We could just pass these in. I mean, we're already passing in IDs. Tags are pretty similar. Oh, you know what we could do? We could put all this into one type. But even that will require changing every constructor anyway, so it doesn't really do a lot. Anyway, this equals tags, and that's it. We're done. Changes to be read-only. Yeah, I think it should be read-only. You can't change the tags. Modifier read-only is not valid for this item. Can we just turn this off and knit? Yeah, there. All right. The reason I'm not putting it as the last argument is in my mind, this is part of one of the like static things about an effect, just like how this is. And most effects that you construct aren't going to expose this property anyway. So it hopefully won't be a big deal. All right, now we need to propagate that through all of our different classes that we have here. So we put this here. And we need to import that stuff. Anywhere else? If I just do rebuild, it's going to find them all. So let's just do that. Yeah. Oh, look at all of those. Okay, so this is going to have an empty hash set. Zombie link buff. Effect with proc interval. Okay. Where else? Effect with lifetime. Yeah, about read only because I had a setter. I see. Yeah, just need to delete the setter. All right, haste buff. I'm not going to put tags into anything yet, which means that literally every single one of these stupid things is going to complain about not having a tag. But there are only so many. We could, I guess, just search for colon effect and then go through them like this. Yeah. Okay. There is probably a better way to do this using just find and replace and a regex, but this shouldn't take too long. We only have like 30 effects and I've probably gone through 15 of them or so far. That one was done. That one's done. That one's done. Done. Oh, wait. I'm just cycled around, haven't I? Can I just put an empty thing as a default value? Yeah, I could have. Yeah. And I don't even need it to be the last one, I think. I think we could have used positional arguments. But I think we're good now. Are any of these errors? I actually don't even know how to tell. Yes, many are errors. Okay, so zombie curse debuff. What do you inherit from that this wasn't already detected? Burn debuff, that. Yeah. All right. Just working our way through this. And that's it. Okay, so it should build. We haven't actually used any of this functionality yet. Did it build? Yeah. So next up, we got to use the functionality. So all we added in was power buff needs the effect tag dot power. And that's the only one. And then when we find the buffs, we got to find them by tag. And in this case, this should implement, oh, it does implement it. Yeah, and then in stack computations, where we get power buffs, we're going to get by tag. Get effects. Yeah, we have no easier way of doing this. I guess we can just put it in this component. Okay, so get effects with tag. Effect tag, effect tag. All right, return effects where tag contains that. Perfect. Now do that inside stack computations. So we get these, whoops, that, power, and then we're going to end up with, okay, unfortunately, I guess what's going to happen is we're going to get the buff and we need to cast it to a particular thing. I has float value. And then do buff.getValue. There we go. All right, that'll do it. This is a little strange. Yeah. That doesn't look good. The casting. So Let me think about this. Everything that has a tag in our case is going to, well, no, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think this is such a big deal for now, but I don't think it's the best either. Because, yeah, we are going to have to cast these. And they happen to be effects, and we don't have a way of just getting a value otherwise. So I guess what we would ideally do is have this return something like an I has float value. And then we would still need to cast these here. Yeah. I think in this case we can enforce this. Oh, sorry. Jason. Maybe this question has been answered. Why have you incorporated an ECS in the code base? I feel like it makes it easier to code the composition of entities in a game. So that's why I did it. We have entities that like should do certain things and other ones that shouldn't do other things. And the other way you would get this done, I think, in Godot is by sort of composing via nodes. And at that point, it's like kind of sort of an entity component system anyway. Take care, Thals. And yeah, see you on Friday. At least filter if it's not an I has float value. The thing is, if it's not, it should be an error. But like I said, I think what we really need to do is we need some sort of validation that if you get this tag, that it is this type. And that's one way of doing things, but I still don't think it's the best way of doing things. Is C# uniquely verbose? Syntax looks familiar to me and easy enough to read. It feels like a lot of typing compared to similar structures and things like TS. I don't think it's too verbose. I think that you have static types and you need to put them in places where it's otherwise not inferable. And so maybe sometimes you end up with some TypeScript that's a little bit less verbose. And I think the other thing that makes it look a little bit more verbose is that by default, people end up putting their curly braces on other lines. So you have every if statement is one extra line. Every function is one extra line. Although technically the only difference there is the white space you're using. Yeah, I'm still not, I don't know. I don't know what better way I would do this. Let me think about this. So problem, I have to cast my effect to this when calculating power. So not all effects have a float value. When fetching by tags, I may not only care about the ones that have values. Although we could have a special function for that, I suppose. Yeah, we could have like get effects with tag and value, and then have this return an I has float value, and do effect. The tag contains this, and how do you check in C# if something implements? Check if instance implements interface. If object is, yeah, is I has float value. And then cast it to I has float value. Okay, that might be better. Yeah. I think we'll just do this then. Yeah, yeah, okay. All right. Let's do that then. So we'll do this, and this will return the buff, which now we don't need to cast. And that's it. So there's our power increase. This one was, I guess, straightforward enough to do. What we got to do is for every single one of these. I don't know how many there are. Next up is mitigation, percent damage mitigation. right, so where's our effect tags? So power, maybe we should call it power increase to be very clear, because there could be a power decrease. Yeah, power increase. I don't like, okay, so here's an idea that you could have. You could say, look, an effect is either a buff or a debuff. You already have a power increase buff, so why not just give it like negative power? And the problem with that comes down to the game design of maybe you want to dispel friendly, like beneficial effects, or you want to dispel harmful effects. So you would then need to check if a value is negative, and it's just, I don't know. I don't feel like it's worth it. I think they should just be separate things. Oh, you could code it either way. It doesn't, it's not like it's an impossibility. It's just, I feel like this is clearer. Okay, so we still have to fix this. I just want to close some tabs. Stack computations. So damage mitigation, that's the next one. Damage mitigation. All right, so what do we have? We have two of these. So this one, effect tag.damage mitigation. And the other one is this one. Okay, and now we just copy paste what we have over here pretty much. And it should be pretty simple. So we call this mitigation percent from buffs. This is mitigation. And that should be it. Let's make certain that it's it. We start at 0, because sometimes they're multipliers and sometimes they're bonuses. So I sometimes start at 1. So those are the same. And we're just adding the values. Yeah. Okay, cool. Now there's a problem, which is that these are not I has float values. So we actually have to modify this to say that this implements I has float value. And then implement it. Yeah. Then do the same thing for the other one. There. Okay, next. So we've gotten through power and damage mitigation. Next up is dodge. Wait, what's the opposite of damage mitigation? What do I call it? Damage received. Maybe it should be called damage taken increase and damage taken decrease. Yeah. Damage taken decrease. Yeah. All right, to put f next to 0. F designates float. Why can't it just be an integer? For this, I think because it'll use a different form of aggregate if you do that. Yeah. Now it assumes that because the first argument is, this has to do with how C# overloads functions. So I'm pretty sure you could do something like this, int f and a float f. And I think this is valid in C#. So then when you call the function with 0, it's ambiguous. Well, it's not actually ambiguous because C#'s rule says this is interpreted as an integer at this case. So by doing this one, now you're going to call the second function. Amplification, damage taken. I'll just put this here, i.e. damage mitigation. Yeah, I think that'll be clear. All right, so the next one is dodge increase. And we only have one buff for that, I think. Dodge buff. Yeah, unfortunately it broke my highlighting. So let's go restart this. Come on, turn yellow. You can do it. You can do it, code. Hello? There it goes. Yeah, oh wow, finally kicked in. Okay, so you get effect tag dot dodge. And then float value. And then this is good too, except for I want to look like this. Okay, same deal. In fact, why do we call this power increase? Let's just call this increase. And that way we have one less thing that we need to change when we copy paste. Yeah, so dodge chance, same general idea, just dodge increase. and return it. In fact, we could even change this. Base power could just go in here. And then we don't have to do anything. We can just return this. Okay, next up is healing received. And this is an increase at any given time. Yeah. Healing received increase. Duplicate code. Yeah, I guess all you need to do is say git or like some effect with tag. Yeah. Let's change that. Public static float some effect with tag and value. Node entity effect tag. Oh, wait, no, you can't do that because they have different bases. Well, you could do it, I guess, but you'd need to. Fine. Let's work this here. Taking the tag, let's set this to 0. So that'll work. And now here we just need to say return base power plus that. Yeah. And now we do this everywhere. Okay, so damage mitigation percent. Float. This equals some value. Should know what I want here. No, you had it. You had it, AI. There we go. Just gotta make sure we're not messing anything up. This is 0. This is 0. Yep. Yeah, I think we can delete this too. You can just call get base power plus there and return. Oh, yeah, I could. I don't mind having this here. I don't want this line being super long, but this makes functionally no difference. And C# should turn it into the same code, regardless of whether you have this line or not. All right, dodge chance. Yep, let's return that the right way. Some whatever. Yep. All right, healing received is the one we were just about to work on. This is return like that, except for this one starts with 1. So we need to add 1 here. And that's the sort of thing I was talking about. Now, what was healing received before this? It was a healing received buff. Healing received buff. So we need to tag this. Give this the interface. And I guess if we implement it this way, it knows what we want to do. There. Okay, we're working our way right through this. Damage received multiplier. This is a debuff. So this is damage taken increase. Damage taken increase equals 3. i.e. this is bad for you. Hey, playing with scissors. Okay, so now we go code this one. This one also starts at 1. Done. And that one was called damage received debuff. Can you link the song in Discord, Playing with Scissors? It's an increase. I has float value. There we go. Okay, so here's where we're finally starting to get rid of the switches that I added here. Well, I guess we got rid of one already. And I guess all these other ones are pretty much fine now. Yes. Someone's stealing doughs. So haste multiplier. We'll call this haste increase. And then we return some 1f plus that. Okay, good. Then we have 3 buffs we need to modify. So haste buff is one of them. Effect tag dot haste. steady shooting buff, and this one. All right, so all those can be deleted. And now we need to implement the interfaces. There. There. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Upload 11 years ago? You mean I stole those? I'm a stole dozer. All right, how many more of these do we have to do? One. Okay, fine. One's not so bad. Chance to miss. What even uses this? Disorient? Yeah, just disorient. That's it. Okay, so chance to miss. What do we call that? Accuracy decrease, I guess. I.e. chance to miss. Okay. And then just chance to miss debuff needs to be changed. Effect tag dot accuracy decrease. Good. Good. All right, everything should work the exact same way. And that's it. Blindness. Yeah, the effect tags I'm trying to keep very descriptive. So like power increase. This is not something the player will see. So I wouldn't call it like damage taken increase in the game. Yeah, should work. All right, let's try it. There's no super easy way to do this. We should have a balance simulator or something eventually. So what I'm going to do instead here is we're going to... There's no way to do this. No easy way. I'm just going to put a couple points into everything. Which should give us all of the effect. And at least check for crashes and stuff. All right, there we go. And then start battle, and let's put 4 of you into here and the others into here. And then speed this up. And then just monitor the log. Yeah, this is the paladin causing this, but that's a different bug. Oh, wait, we also have to turn auto battle on. Yeah. So let's see if anything pops up in here. This doesn't necessarily mean we coded it all correctly. So we're going to need to do a couple of little tests. Wow, the burn effect sure looks cool. I never see that because I never put points in the burn. What's going on in this battle? Lots of poison because of the zombies. In fact, actually, let me turn off auto battle for both of these. DPS is 94. DPS here is 188. I know there's one more party member. Wow, that's a lot of damage. What if we got the mage? How much is the mage contributing to that? The mage is like 100 DPS? What are you kidding me? I get rid of the archer? Whoa. Why are they doing so much damage? No, that doesn't make any sense. It was the combination of the two. Okay, so I guess they're each contributing. No, I don't know what's going on. Maybe the archer is overpowered. Adding them adds like 100 DPS. And I guess it's because when they're not getting hit, they're doing more damage. No, it only added like 50 there. Yeah, maybe it was just a lucky battle. All right, well, we really should test at least one of these things. So how about... how about damage mitigation? That's pretty easy to see. It'd be fun to see if people find broken builds. You mean when people find broken builds? They already found one in the last checkpoint. Turns out one of the characters can solo every single location in the game. All right, so the way we test this is we put 5 points into shields up. So this says reduce damage taken by 75%, but only when taunt is active. So now we get into a battle and we take a look at how much damage you're taking. It should be 10. And then once they taunt, it should be 5. There's taunt. So now the next one should be 5. 2. Oh, wait. Why did I say that? Yeah, next one should be 2 because it's 75% reduction. So it's 2.5. Why did it show 2 though and not 3? Oh, because the warrior has some fortitude? Yeah. Okay, that's correct. And that's it. That's all we're verifying. So everything, whoa, what's going on there? Everything should be working now. Why did I do this in the first place though? But should be able to do this. Applies whenever we do this in stack calculations. Yeah. Oh, because don't allow the dodge buff to stack. Oh, this idea doesn't even work that I was trying to do. Oh boy. Hey, potato. Well, there's this as well. Make a tagging system, make an effect tag, tag these with the appropriate tags, make Cloak of Shadows buff, which is tagged with both tags. Then when computing total power, fetch buffs by their tags, not by their class type. And make sure to apply these same changes to Blessing of Haste. Why Blessing of Haste? What does that do? Oh. It can increase your haste, but also increase the amount of damage or increase the amount of healing you receive. Yeah, this. I'm doing well. How's Potato doing? Okay, so how about we keep this as simple as possible and just apply this as the change for right now. And then I'll make a change that fixes this next thing. Address number 131. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, the code got a lot better here. It used to, how many lines did it decrease by? It used to be 107, now it's 72. Yeah, so 35 lines got removed. The important part of this, though, is that now I think we got rid of an import here, right? Yeah. This should have never cared about specific effects. That was the big problem. Before, we needed to know what a power buff is and what a whatever damage mitigation buff and know that these things have these variances. And now we don't need to know that anymore. Hey, Elman. I wonder if Game Studios write unit tests for the game. I suspect that this is sort of like saying, I wonder how many streams on Twitch have more than one viewer. And the average person would be like, oh yeah, probably most of them, right? But actually, that's not the case. I bet most game studios don't write unit tests, but I bet the successful ones actually do write unit tests. Because I think at some point you get to like some critical mass. Well, actually, I shouldn't even say that. I bet like maintained / updated games like Hearthstone almost certainly has unit tests. They just have to. They have too many interactions. Finally got to see it running. Still some polishing to do. This is for the new startup. Sent you Discord, published a VOD of said, oh, cool. Initially going through the code base. Yeah. I hope I didn't add pressure for you to publish that VOD. I just didn't see it and I wanted to be able to watch the stream. And on Saturday, I was busy and I got to watch like literally 1 minute. And in that time, I just saw Raimu correcting a typo in the stream, the title or something. Have you written your own ECS lib? Yeah, I have. Ja. I see. Okay, so this stuff all looks good. I don't think I changed any of these in a way that is controversial. Yeah. To be honest, I don't even really want to look through this, but it's the right thing to do, so let's look through it. All we need to really make sure is that these things match up. So damage mitigation and damage taken decrease. Looks good. Damage received debuff, damage taken increase. Yep, looks good. Dodge increase. Haste increase. Healing received increase. Power increase, yep. 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 Yeah, this is all we can find. What is this? Stun debuff. Lasts for 30 seconds. What is this? Basic stun attack. Wow. I guess we did that as a test to show that it works. I'm actually really glad we spent the time doing that, just proving that the effects work in the game. And that's part of what allowed the summoner to be as easy to implement as it was. And there were still some things that were tough about that. Yeah, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so checking everything except for town. Add tags to effects. This allows stat computations to aggregate the values of effects without needing to know about specific effect types. Cool, cool, cool. All right. So we had two things we needed to do here. We need there to be a Blessing of Haste buff, and we need there to be a Cloak of Shadows buff. So let's try this with Cloak of Shadows first. It should be simple. We're just going to make a Cloak of Shadows buff equals 29. And then in Cloak of Shadows, this is going to get, or no, not in that. Cloak of Shadow. Oh wait, we don't ever add it. That's right. It doesn't exist. That's what we're doing here. So we have a dodge buff and a power buff. Not anymore. Let's go into power. Oh, this won't work. Oh man. Clearly didn't think far enough in the future. It has two different values, so it can't just say I has float value here. Hmm. Yeah. The I comes from interface. So this is basically just saying something that has a float value. And I know it sounds strange, like I has cheeseburger kind of thing. Okay, so wait, let's back up a step. So Cloak of Shadows has two effects. Plus power and plus dodge. The aggregation code only allows for get float value. So what we could do is we could have getters and set we could have like option 1 make different interfaces for each of the different effect tags. That way Cloak of Shadows can just have both interfaces. Yeah, what are our other options here? Make Cloak of Shadows just a grouping of the other two buffs that it adds. Would that work? Not really, no. Because if we have it as a spell effect, then we need to know if a buff is part of a grouping so that we can't remove it individually. Yeah, I has power, I has dodge. That's kind of what I was thinking of here. And they could inherit from the has float value. Aggregation code in this case is this function right here. We call aggregate, which is C#'s version of reduce in JavaScript. and this is getting a bunch of different effects by a tag. Yeah, I think if we make the interfaces inherit from the original interface, I think it'd be okay. Inherit from float value, which shouldn't be too bad. How did the UI stuff go with Monkey Monkey? It went well. I really liked it. I think there are two effects that it had. One is the actual education, and the second is showing me again that this stuff is important. It's easy for me to just ignore all of this and be like, oh, that's a problem for future me. But it really is something I think you should at least consider as you're developing something. And some of it wouldn't have changed anything, right? Like I'm not adding any colors into the UI. There are no colorful buttons really. There's no special text at all. I'm doing very little of that. Like I probably still would have done very little of that because it's just, who knows if we're going to keep this UI 2 months from now or how it's going to change. Make a grouped aggregate method. Yeah, but I think the thing I don't like about any sort of grouping thing is like, let's say we have a dispel ability. So we can't just iterate over like beneficial effects without knowing if they belong to a group. But let me try this out. Let's see what happens at least. We have the I has float value. So we save this as like power value. Interfaces can inherit from other interfaces, right? Namespace contains a definition. Oh, wait. I has power value. This hides inherited member. Use new keyword if, I guess we just say get power value. But then how does it inherit from this? I guess what do we do when we have two of these with the same name? What does it even mean for interfaces to inherit from one another? Interface inherit another interface. I mean, this does expose just a float value. But yeah, what do we do when you have two of these things? Give me a sec. Would it be a union interface? I don't think so. Like what I was thinking here is you could write get float value for this. This is going to hide the inherited member. We could say new to say that it's intentional. And then we do the same thing with something like dodge value. So, oh man. Then what do we do here for stat computations? This wouldn't be right anymore, would it? Because this gets I has float values. So we would need to cast. Select up the next capitalized letter. Yeah, I use control for that. And then alt for selecting by word. They both inherit from I has something. How does that help though? Oh, and I'm trying to figure out. Well, I guess, okay. I guess I know what I want to do here. let's save this as Cloak of Shadows buff. And let's type out all the stuff we kind of know at least right now. Cloak of Shadows buff. So it takes in a power increase, it takes in a dodge increase. And as a result, it is both a I has power and I has dodge. And that's going to cause issues, right? I don't care about this. So there's no get float value anymore. We need to inherit each individual thing's drat. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Hey Thomas, hey Wendy. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that it would differentiate these for me. And I guess we can't do that. If I didn't use knew if hiding was intended. I guess I don't know. What if we just didn't delete, or what if we didn't define anything there? Yeah, what am I? If we get rid of that, then this will have me differentiate myself, won't it? Oh, that might work. Let's see. Please tell me it does. No, it doesn't. Oh, man. I'm not sure if you can do what I'm trying to do. I want one function that returns one of these values and then another function that returns a different one. And yeah, I'm not sure it's possible. Well, we could just not have the interfaces inherit from the same thing. And then we would need to do some casting. And I don't think that's any better, maybe. I'll write that out, at least as a solution. All right, so I has power value would say something like, we just delete this, and we have a float get power value. And then in dodge, it would be get dodge value. Then we would implement both of those. There and there. These are very straightforward methods. Yeah, so that works. But then our stat computations thing needs casting for this. So get power, we would need to go through all of this, and instead of get float value, it'd have to be get power value. So we do something like this. Get power value, and then cast it, which wouldn't even be possible here. Because they don't inherit from the same thing, which is why the inheritance would be needed here. Yeah, but now they don't implement this. Why is it not complaining about this? That's strange, right? Name tag does not exist in the current context. Yeah. This should be effect tag dot power increase. Okay, it doesn't complain about this either. Does this even work? Tired but good. Yeah, everything's still been super busy. Does not implement get float value. Oh, interesting. Wow, that's really interesting. Okay, so what this means is that any implementer of this needs to also implement get float value, which now that I think about it, makes sense. But we could give it a default like that. And then I don't know what we do about this. I have no idea. Yeah. Does that just work? Does that not work? Just gets busier. Just exponential busyness growth. Could pass a lambda that calls get power or get dodge. That's true. Yeah. Let me put these things back to where I want, where this thing should be. Oh, can we override or implement? You can't do that. I don't want to hide the inherited member. I want it to just implement this thing. Let me see. C# interface, inherit another interface, and define default implementation. Maybe that's a thing. A, B. Interfaces are still quite far from abstract classes. So your example, you can't do this. Something equals new C, x equals something dot foo. Can do the following. Interesting. That's kind of what I wanted originally, although I do need to cast it for that to work. Interfaces can have a default implementation. They can as of C#8. In fact, I'm using it somewhere. Where am I using it? Wait, maybe I'm not using it? What am I thinking of? C#8 interface default implementation. You can do it in terms of other. Could have sworn I added this somewhere. I don't recall. Okay. But yeah, I still think the way I'm doing this is probably stupid. So if I do this, I've got to cast. If I pass in the lambda, then we're making a new function. I guess it's not so bad. We would have some effect with tag and value, and what would we, or effects component? Get effects with tag and value. We could pass in what we're casting it to. Thanks, Wendy. All right, I don't know what to do about this. Do I even have the game still running? Yeah, I was gonna say I've added in some new characters finally. Although I guess the rest of the game kind of looks the same as what it did. Although I don't know if you saw this from a while ago, but you can drag items now. So you can go put this into a shop, which I don't even have right now. All right, let me start to write this. I'm not sure. This is quite a lot. All right, so here we want to make this a T where T. Wait, how do you do this? Oh, the class needs to be generic if I do that. Yeah, and the class is not generic. With a very, very early demo and I've not been on Twitch. Ah, yeah. Yeah, then a lot has changed, I guess. Well, on September 27th, we're going to launch V0.3. So still an alpha version. But we should be able to get feedback on a couple of different things that we've changed. What are those things? I'm like so in the weeds right now. These things. Oh yeah, persistent life values, manually moving items. This we're actually undoing. So I guess we're deleting that. Dropping items on the ground, building, the resolution stuff, adding, I guess the archer's done. Get effects with tag. We could leave the casting to the caller. Yeah. Projects. Playing with Scissors doesn't have time for 2 syllables. You just need a PECT manager. All right, well, fine, whatever. I'm going to write something in here. This is probably not a great idea, but let's just have it return a float and say aggregate effect. You could pass in a type and have it cast to a type, right? Can you do that? Type T? We can't say that this is type T. Yeah, you can't do that. And you probably can't cast here either if it's not generic. Yeah. So I don't want to make a special class just for this. Is there a C# generic static class or static method? Am I just being stupid? Can't have an extension method in a generic class. I don't want an extension method. Am I being stupid? I don't think it's possible. C# generic static method. Let's try Google. No, I think the class has to be generic. Yeah. And I guess we do this all the time with the ECS stuff, right? Partial class. Where do I put the other part of this? Oh, in the save functions? Okay. No, we actually don't do that. The class isn't generic. How did I come to that conclusion? Oh, this isn't static. Oh my god. Oh man. I need to stop soon. Yeah. That's me being silly. All right, so let's see if we can even do this the way I wanted to do it. Static I read only list. And then this would be a T. Testeroni. Effect tag. Where T. Now this would have to, there had to be some commonality here. I guess we need this to have the I has float value thing or something. I don't think this is going to work. So yeah, I don't think we can do this way. We could pass in a lambda, which tells us how to get the effects that we want. And then we have a bunch of duplicated code. I'm going to just delete this. What do we pass in? Action. This wouldn't even be an action though. It'd be something that, all right, how about let's delete all of this. Yeah, and in this case, we'll just aggregate this thing ourselves over here. How did this one work? This worked because of this inheritance structure that I have. Wow. There's got to be a better way to do this. All right, so we're going to delete this stuff. And I guess this too. And then over here, we can't ensure that we have this. And that's where we just iterate over this ourselves. This effect where effect tag contains this. Actually, we could still get effects with tag. We could still do this part. Yeah. And just return a bunch of effects, and then on this side of things, get the power increase ones, and then go through all of them and make sure they actually have the right value. Although at that point, we might as well aggregate them as we're doing it. Yeah. Yeah, we might as well. Wow. This is ridiculous. All right, so get effects with tag, aggregate, accumulator plus equal to this. So buff is I has power value, question mark. Oh wait, we could call it a power buff right here. And then do power buff dot get power value. Otherwise 0. And there's our function. This is really stupid. Yeah, all right, it'll work. I could just do this everywhere. I don't know if I like this. Yeah. Take care, Potato. Hope you get enough sleep to be able to work. Doesn't get effects with tag and the where do the same thing. I think, are you talking about the code I just deleted? Or are you talking about the code that still exists over here? Because this is getting all the ones with a certain tag, and then this is making sure to cast them to I has power value. We could have done this over here where we had a function that said, get me the power, get like power effects. And this could have been something like this. I has power value. Oh yeah, gotcha. Okay, good. Yeah. If you're cool with it, then I'm cool with it. So now we need this code to be everywhere, but then that's it. I think everything would work. So what is it? Power buff needs to just have this I has power value. And let me say get power value here. Yeah. Yeah, it would work. I would just need to change everything again. And then this would be for any buffs that don't need to be combined anywhere. To the point where I should just change it all now. Hey, VG on YouTube. Sorry for being 6 minutes late to seeing your message. Welcome in. I will type my response. It is also a period. So yeah, I could change this for everything. Also, technically, this is iterating over all the effects twice. Although this is just the returned effects. And I guess we would have had to do that with aggregate anyway. Yeah, so performance-wise, it's not really any worse. It's just the code looks bad. Is there any problem with this though? We've got like I don't know. I think there is. Do we even need effect tag if all we're going to do in the end anyway is see if it's got a particular interface on it? I guess we only do because we would need to pass in the interface. I should probably hold off on some of this stuff. Yeah. We don't need effect tag anymore. We could just say get effects that implement a certain interface. You do that, C#. Oh, C# check if instance implements interface held in variable. Type of is assignable from some other type. Is this like super slow or something? Determines whether an instance of a specified type C can be assigned to a variable of the current type. You have any notes on performance here? They don't write anything about it. All right, so what I'm trying to do is kind of a weird task. We have like power buff in the game and dodge buff in the game, and these work how you'd expect, right? If you have a power buff with 5 power and a power buff with 10 power, then it's the same as having a power buff with 15 power. So they're just ways of adding these things together. This is great, but then we have some buffs that really should be both of them. Cloak of Shadows, for example, should add like, I don't know, 5% power and whatever, 10% dodge. The issue is that we didn't have this concept of like combining buffs really. So we had to just say, okay, you know what? When you get Cloak of Shadows, you're actually getting a power buff and a dodge buff. But really, Cloak of Shadows should represent both of those things. Because if you ever have the ability to remove an effect from someone, in one world, you'll just be removing half of the buff. And in the other world, you'll be removing the thing that caused both of those buffs to be in existence. So I thought, okay, what we'll do is we'll tag buffs. We'll come up with this tag system where you have like a power tag and a dodge tag and whatever else. And when you get something like, I don't know, let's just call it Rage. Rage could have the power tag, and Cloak of Shadows can have the power and dodge tags. And that way, whenever you're summing up how much power do you have, you can go through all the ones that are tagged with a certain effect type. The issue I ran into here is just that, like, I did the tag system, but I only counted on everything having one value that it could expose. So for example, the haste buff has one value, a % increase. And when you want to fetch that value, you return that value. Problem is, Cloak of Shadows would have 2 values, and that's what broke everything. So we needed to change how we fetch this stuff. I think doing away with effect tag is probably a good thing. And then just using interfaces instead. And I wonder if we can write a function for that. I guess if we made it static, it could potentially work. But the interfaces don't all inherit from the same thing, and that's our issue. Oh, but they could inherit from something. Okay, this is what Playing Scissor said earlier. But I assumed that there need to be a function there. They don't necessarily. Oh God. Okay, let's. I has float value, but we're gonna have to make like an I has float value. I'll call this testeroni. Yeah. Can a class implement 2 different interfaces? Yeah. So this would just be an empty interface, which I'm guessing it complains about. Avoid empty interfaces. Oh, we're never gonna do this. It's just never gonna work. So then we implement this, and the dodge one implements it as well. And we ignore this, just suppress it. And then in our effects component, we make a public static I read only list T, call this testeroni for right now because I don't have to come up with any names. Say we're T : this thing. Doesn't that have to be on a new line or something? Constraints are not allowed on non-generic declaration. Oh, do I need to put the T over here? Yes. Hey, Pressel. Okay, so now what we do is we need to get an effects component. And we do EC tags contains the effect tag and it is a T. Can you do that? Cannot implicitly convert that to that. Yeah. Cast to a T. You can. Okay, I think that's what we need to do. I think this is really, really tedious. Oh my God. All right, so now we could call this function. We need an effects component. I guess we could just pass in the, no, well, it doesn't matter. Why static? Only so that we can get the generics. I don't think you can get generics on this without having to be static, right? You'd have to make the whole class generic, or is that not true? Oh, no, apparently it is not true. Oh, I did not realize that. Okay, thank you. I'm going to give you a point. Yeah, so that's, I think this is the method I want. And I think this is the closest to an elegant solution that I could have. Now, hold on a second. So this will prevent us from needing special types. Oh, Spherophoria. Hey, thanks for the raid. And hail, :Q. Welcome in, everybody. I hope the rest of your stream was good, Spherophoria, from the other day. I was very mesmerized by that billiards panel in the background. For those who haven't been here, I don't know, in a little while or want to see the updates to what I'm working on, I don't even know if this is going to run right now, but I'm working on a game called Skeleseller for the last 5 months. Wow, it runs. Who knows if it's going to work? Oh, but the way that this game is set up, here's the quick overview, is that you were an adventurer and you got poisoned and you tried going to a town to get an antidote, but they didn't have any and you died. You came back as a skeleton, You're actually over here wandering around somewhere. Yeah, there you are. Although this whole start of game experience is going to change. And you start your own town. You hire adventurers yourself. So here we're going to hire the rogue. And now you can go start a battle if you want to. So we'll put the rogue into a fight. A lot of this game is very laid back, sort of automated. So the rogue just battles on its own. And when you win the fight, you get items. Items pop out of the portal. You put them into your shops, which I'll just drag this over here. And when you do that, customers will enter your town and they can go buy your items. And that's it. That's the general gameplay loop of send your adventurers into battle, win, get items, sell them, get money, use that to upgrade your town, upgrade your adventurers. So we've done a lot. I can remove the EC argument. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. So welcome in, everybody. Let me know if you have any questions. We are struggling with some type-based stuff over here that I just think we made it through, maybe. It's been a struggle. All right, so we're going to test this now. And we're going to use this testeroni function here. Let's go try this. Fully in C#, yeah. And thanks, Dan. I'm very happy with how this is going. We literally just yesterday, I registered skeleseller.com. And at some point, we'll put some information on here. We are starting to put the Steam page online. The next version of the game that's going to be playable will be version 0.3 on September 27th. That's Friday, September 27th. So that is 2 weeks and 2 days if you're in my time zone. And if you're in Europe or farther east, then it is 2 weeks and 1 day. Except for not really, because it's my days that matter. So that is going to represent... Well, here's what I want it to represent. I want it to be the last version I launch that has any outstanding major questions. So hopefully this version tells us that, yes, we are making the right game. If people play this and they're like, oh, you know what, it just feels like something is missing, then I feel like we've made a little bit of a mistake. And I don't know what's going to happen in that case. So I'm kind of crossing my fingers. I think some of it is setting player expectations correctly too, because a bunch of people do play the game and they're like, what do I do in the game? And I think the game can set up your expectations better so that you don't ask that question as much. Like if the Guildmaster said something like, oh, hey, one of the benefits of hiring adventurers is you don't have to do anything yourself or whatever, you know, makes a joke about it. Maybe that might help. And you'd be like, oh, I'm not controlling these battles. Okay. All right, let's see what we got here. So I want to call this function. And we want to do this. Testeroni with an I has power value. It's a type, which we can't do, I guess. We have to say type of that. Type argument. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? This is stupid. This should be here. Yeah. Okay, but now there's no argument, but we don't need an argument. We just need effect is T. Wow, look at that. And now we don't need this here, because this should just be correct. Please be good. Please work. Yeah, I think that's it. Ooh. Hey, Timon. IR Baboon. I has power value. Well, I'm reasonably happy with this. Yeah, reasonably happy. I think we still have a lot we need to change. Man, this was so much easier. At least I checked it in. So we can just delete all this now. Yeah, we're going to need this everywhere. Also, anything that had a power value or whatever, we're going to need to change the tags to be interfaces. Yeah, now refactor. Yeah, this is like the least fun part. So all these tags are really interfaces now. So I think the interfaces should all be in a folder here, maybe. Maybe I put a README in there too. Sorry, I'm just trying to think about something. We ever need to find things that aren't tagged. It's one way to describe refactoring anything. Least fun. And it isn't always. Sometimes it's fun to figure out a refactor and then you, I don't know, you make a couple of functions look better. Sometimes it's a sweeping change that makes you question your profession. Okay, so I think we name this interfaces. Whoopsie doodle. Interfaces. And then I think we throw these interfaces into here. So this goes there. There was another one somewhere. That one. And that one. And then this one gets deleted. Okay. If you see tears in my eyes at any point in the next 10 minutes, you know why. So now we got to turn all of these things. Oh, man. All right, interfaces. Yeah, we gotta go convert everything. Let's get these other ones. This and this. We renamed testeroni to be I has float value. Yeah, we rename this. We delete this. Why is this red? No, it went away. I like deleting code. I think deleting code is fun. I think, like I said, the large refactors I think are sometimes stressful. Okay, so now this would have broken everything, and we need to delete effect tag. So let me write that down. Delete effect tag. We can't do it yet. If we try building, it's going to break because we got rid of the float value thing, and we need interfaces for all of these things. So we have, oh, it's only power. Hang on, let me think about this. We could make it power increase. Yeah, we have to make it power increase, I think. All right, well, let's rename this as power increase value. Or maybe just I'm just not sure about the naming of this stuff. I feel like interfaces they describe some behavior of something. We could just call it power increase though. And then it wouldn't be so verbose. Yeah, we could just call it all the same things we had over here. I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? No, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, getting rid of obsolete stuff because you made it better. I even like it when code is functionally identical, but just you have fewer lines of it. Like you don't even change performance or memory or anything. You just made things cleaner and didn't sacrifice readability. All right. I like the name of this. I now need to rename this. I has power increase value. And then delete the other one. This will thoroughly break everything, but we're getting there. All right, so then if we should do the same thing with dodge. This should be I has dodge increase value. Delete that. Call this increase. And we're good. Okay, now for parity with what we had, we need all of these things to be renamed, or we need all these to be turned into interfaces. So all we have is power and dodge. So we need damage taken, decrease, increase. How about this? Let's just take all of them and take out the ones we've done. Yeah. And then let's just name them the way they're supposed to be and go make those classes. In fact, actually what we could do is reveal this here and just copy them. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, there. All right, so we say CP this to that. Yep. Now go into that folder. Where is that? Game, source, battle, effects, interfaces, and paste. All right, so now we have all the classes, but now they're all wrong. So let's change this and load up those 5 classes. And then, oh, I copied the stupidest one. Okay, well, whatever. Should have copied any of the other ones, which actually match what I want them to match. I took the one mine in Minesweeper. All right, well, let's just copy paste this at first, and then we'll change what we need to change. Okay, so the first one is damage taken decrease. This is get damage value, get damage taken value. Yeah, I like that. Then increase. Get damage taken value. Okay. Healing received. Get healing received value. And the other 2. Get haste value. And then this is the final one. Get accuracy value. Yeah, this is VS Code. Yeah. Okay, so now we have all of those. Now if we should just be able to delete these things. I did write some comments here, which I feel like we should probably keep. So damage taken decrease. This represents damage mitigation. And accuracy decrease is chance to miss. This represents a chance to miss. Does that even work? I'm now wondering, did I code this correctly? Does it work? It must be in the battle system when we have deal damage that we check to see if you miss. Yeah, we do. Interesting, but we only... Ooh, I did not think of this. Okay, there's another problem I need to solve here. Yeah, also anything like wild shot does something on miss, but it may not be a miss caused by the ability itself, but it should still grant a buff. Comment with naming is a bit confusing. Which comment? This stuff? Strange doesn't have the same feature as VS, where if you rename a file, it also renames the type. Yeah, it'd be nice if that happened. That is what I want most of the time. Yeah, but just a little. It's not it's not really necessary, but I don't think the comments are too bad, at least. So now we delete this whole file. The entire concept of tags goes away after I coded all that. Oh. All right. Well, let's delete this then, and this, and all of the constructors that we changed. I'll delete these in a second. Yeah, so this is accuracy decrease. Get accuracy value. Yeah. No argument corresponds to the required parameter. Yeah, that's not going to be a thing anymore, is it? Oh, I got to just X these out, don't I? Okay, so power increase. This is Cloak of Shadows. It actually needs both of these. This is power and dodge increase. Type or namespace doesn't exist. All right, we're getting there. This is decrease. It's very important that I do that, or else I'll never realize that there's a problem here. You'd have actual chance to miss instead. What do you mean, Darkstorm? damage taken increase. Get damage taken value. Well, there aren't too many more of these we have to do. Oh, this is get dodge value. Yeah, haste increase. Healing received increase. Get healing received value. Where's the... What? Why doesn't it know about the value? Did I name this wrong? Huh. I did not name it wrong. Get healing received value. Why is that? Oh, no, it's working. Okay. In reality, you'd have chance to miss instead of accuracy decrease. Yeah, I guess so. I guess it doesn't make sense to have an accuracy increase, right? No, but you could technically. That just wouldn't really matter in this game except for 2 abilities right now. Do you really need both mitigation and damage taken increase? Couldn't they go negative? They could go negative, but what I was concerned with is if you want to add dispel effects to the game, so let's say you want to remove a beneficial effect, it'd be nice to just iterate over buffs than to iterate over everything and check to see if it's positive or negative. So I thought I'll just be a little clearer to keep them separate that way. It's not a big deal either way, I think. Oh, I wonder how many of these don't exist. Get power value. It says use properties where appropriate. It says generate. Oh, power increase. That's why, because I forgot. I renamed it. All right, damage taken increase. You can see on the right side, I'm burning through these basically represent tasks, and I'm burning through them. We're almost finished. Get haste value. And sorry, there's just no way to make this more interesting than it is. I didn't mean to press that button. I still think the tagging system is important. Well, the tagging system still exists. It's just interfaces now. So you should still be able to fetch things by a particular interface type. Haste increase. Get haste value. Why is there a problem here? Type or namespace cannot be found. Oh, that's not even a thing anymore. Single effect that goes negative, because I would definitely confuse myself otherwise. Yeah, it could definitely work. All right, so this doesn't exist. This doesn't exist. This doesn't exist. Same thing here. And by fixing this, we should fix a whole bunch of issues. Yeah, now these remain. Can we just delete all of them? I has float value. Why is that not a thing? Oh, because it's in a new namespace now. Well, well. Okay, is that everything? Everything else looks commented out, so I guess so. Let's delete it all. Now the only thing that still needs to be fixed is stack computations. And now it should be pretty easy to fix this. So we don't need this anymore. Oh, and then these need to be renamed. Yeah. All right, so mitigation percent from buffs is equal to the ones with damage taken increase. And this is just going to be 0. And this is going to be get Cool. One down. How many more? 2, 4, 5? No, I think 6. I don't know. I can't tell. Five probably. I'm not even trying to count. But yeah, it's going to look pretty much the same for all of these. This is dodge increase. So dodge increase. These at least are going faster. Healing received. There we go. This is damage received. That's, what's it called? It's a damage taken increase. Didn't I already do that? Uh-oh. This is decrease. Yeah, mitigation is decrease. Whew. You can tell I'm paying at least some attention. I'm happy about that. That one's fine. Then this is haste. Good. And then the final one is accuracy decrease. Get accuracy value. All right, I think we did it. Let's try running the game. Yep, all that red means we did it. Oh, all of these now need to be fixed. Okay, that's at least easy. We just search for this. Actually, we can make it even better. We could search for dot star brackets. Yes. Almost done. There are actually more than just that, but maybe we do dot star again. Yeah. All right, I think it can work now. This, yeah, let's try it. Oh wait, there's one more. Is it not called effect? It's called timed effect, that's why. I think you just go to different errors, can't you? Oh, using directives are unnecessary. I gotta format that. First thing I'm doing is RG testimony. I try never to leave them in. Timed effect dot star slash brackets. Fine. That didn't even work. Huh. Are there any more of these? It said 7 errors. I don't know how there were 7 if I only fixed 2 things. Oh, well, it worked. Yeehaw. All right, let's test that in a second. There's something else I got to do, which is not have any of you gloating about me leaving testeroni in the game. So what should this be called? This is like get effects implementing interface. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then run .NET format. Okay, so let's close out of this completely. .NET format. .NET build. Yeah, I think the problem with next error is that it finds more errors than there actually are because it thinks all the other arguments are broken too. So every time you press it, because I have F8 bound to that, every time you press it, it just goes like to the same file. Whoops. Don't you love it when your computer whoopses at you? Let's run it. Who knows if anything works? Let's go try with a warrior. Give you shields up. Start a battle. All right, so as noted before, you should take 2 damage after taunting. There's taunt, should take 2, perfect. Okay, so that's working. We really should test all of these, and I think I'm actually going to do it this time. So which classes do we have? PB copy. We have these. So we just tested damage taken decrease. Now we need to test all the other ones. What implements this? Crush? Crush rage? Crush Rage. Okay, how does this work? Disorient. Miss per level, 8%. I'm just going to do this. Put a bunch of points in Disorient. And just repeat the battle and see if the enemy can miss. That's the only way the enemy can miss. So first they need to disorient the target. There it is. Now, oh, yep, there it is. Miss. Perfect. Okay, that one's working. So we're good on those two. Next is damage taken increase, which happens from the archer. But it's a very subtle effect, so it might not be obvious. Pierce armor. Actually, if we give ourselves rapid shot as well, that should help. Okay, now start a battle with the archer. So they do pierce. We should see the damage numbers go up. Yep, they are. Yeah, perfect. Cool. That worked. Next is dodge increase, which I guess is also the archer. So just send them to a really difficult battle. And if we see them start dodging, then we know it worked. Yep. Okay, next is haste increase, which is going to be incredibly subtle unless we change, what's it called, steady shooting. Let's make this give you a haste bonus of 100% up to whatever that is. 10,000%. So this is going to be really, really ridiculous. Every time they hit, they're going to get twice as fast. Or no, 100% faster, I guess. Yeah, there. All right, so if we put them in a difficult place, they're going to die. Oh, wait, it gets reset every time they're hit, though. I forgot about that. That's why it's not going crazy. All right, but we can make it go crazy if we just set the percent dodge to 100% and make it last forever. Hey, Malarius. Is it better to show miss over the enemy? Probably. Probably the way I'm not doing it is what I meant to say. Oh, that's dumb. I didn't mean to do that. Edit and go to the final place. Okay, so they'll get hit once and then they'll be immune and they'll just keep getting faster and faster and faster. Till they're machine gunning out arrows. Oh, man. That's pretty funny. Yep. It's working. $439 DPS. Not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, cool. So I would say that's working. So let's revert this file. Yeah. All right, next up is healing received increase. That is the cleric. Let's go hire the cleric. And it only comes from here. Increase healing they receive by 150%. So, but that's only when this blessing is on, which only lasts for 1 second. So let's make it last for longer. So now it lasts for 2 seconds. And we're just hoping we're going to notice this. I guess let's also add regenerate. That'll make it more obvious too. Okay, now put the cleric into a battle and wait and see. So healing amount is how much? 6. And then 3. And when haste is on, it's 15 and 8. Yeah, perfect. That's working. And then power increase is the last thing. What gives you a power increase? I guess Cloak of Shadows. Yeah, so let's go try Cloak of Shadows. Right, how much do you increase? Power by 20%. Increase the bonus. All right, let's just do this and this. All right, get the rogue in there. All right, so you do 2 damage. Eventually this number should go higher than 2. They died. Okay, let's go over here. They're probably still going to die because they need to live for 5 seconds, I think. Yeah, now they're doing 4. Perfect. It's working. Oh, thank goodness. All right, cat is meowing at me right now. I think it's time to feed her. Hi, Abby. What a good cat. Yeah, I streamed for way longer than normal today, in that I just didn't take any breaks and stream for like 7 hours. Oh, I got a cat. I got this cat. Look at that cat. Let me see if I can find another picture. Oh yeah, I shared this yesterday. She just fell asleep with her head up against the side. Do I have another picture I can share really fast? No, that's it for now. Seriously, but yeah, she's I gotta feed her. We try to feed her at 8 and at 5. Today, oh yeah, I gotta write my journal fast. Let's do that. Above Skeleseller, and then UI/UX session. Finish the Archer. What else did I do today? Got no idea. Get log -5. Blocked attack completely. This is all pretty minor. Oh boy, yeah. I guess whew. Finish the Archer, worked on yeah. Had a session with Funky Monkey in the morning where he taught me some UI and UX stuff. Happy face. All right, well, I hope you all had a good time. I had a good time. I was productive. I will not be streaming tomorrow, but I will be streaming on Friday. And actually, all the like, quote unquote fun content has now been exhausted. So if you look at the news section, we've finished all of these segments now. The next thing is releasing the game. And there's mentoring coming up too, but I'm not doing any other interviews just yet. Let me see who to raid. And I feel really bad. The longer I sit here, the more she's meowing. Okay, let's take a look. I really don't like this part of streaming, trying to find somebody to raid. So I end up just bouncing back to someone I've already raided before. Okay, let's raid this person. I have never watched them before. I'm not following them yet. But they're working on a Godot game. Thank you all for watching. I'll catch you on Friday. Have a good day. Take care. Ciao.